おお、ありがとう。 Come, say, no time I never feel. I switch on, oh, I to you. Send me happy, send me, for us to try, do this and try. Your hands will say, all is well, all is well.
So, 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 ewe mama kanomthandazo, Yawe unizulu, eyanga ngithi sikhuthaza ukuthi masiyeso kempumelele. Yawe unizulu, eyanga ngithi sikhuthaza ukuthi masiyeso kempumelele. Yawe unizulu, eyanga ngithi sikhuthaza ukuthi masiyeso kempumelele, awubheke manje sesiphumelele, sesiphumelele, awubheke manje sesiphumelele, sesiphumelele. Mina bengingazi suthi ngizona zefika kwamnandi ukubekezela. Ngazi uthi ngizona zefika oba bemhleka abantu bekezela, bekezela, ithi bekezela, bekezela, mase kwamandi bekezela Tutsinzo mazefila babemsegaban. Uwezela.
Sanbonani. Sanbonan.
Minjani? Molweni. Avuxeni. Thobela. Da. Goeiemôre. Good morning. Lomi phambi kwenu unomaswazi wakwaDlamini, intombi yomZulu ephinde ibumswati imbamba. Ulusi balukhulu umalandela walandela inkomo zamanye amadoda. Ujama kaSijado, imfolo zemnyama, uMagaduzela. Umswazi kaSobhuza. Inkosazana iqeda. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to greet our principal and vice chancellor, Professor Mtose, all the DVCs, the deans of faculties, as well as HODs, colleagues, students, the program director, which is myself, I greet myself. And then bese ngicela ukuthi ngokukhethekileyo ngibingelele Prof Mashiane from the International Office, as well as my dean, Professor Shokane, is here with us. And then also some of you may be wondering, what is this day about? Why are we here? What is this all about? This Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, it is a strategic framework for the socio-economic transformation of the continent over the next 50 years. It builds on and seeks to accelerate the implementation of past and existing continental initiatives for growth and sustainable development. But Tina, we're going to focus on it on the context and the lenses of navigating African perspectives in the international higher education towards achieving the Africa we want. With that being said, I would like to call in the podium Professor Shokane, who's going to do welcome and opening. But here in the faculty, there's a special song, esimsukumisa ngalo. Ikwaya ngicela ingisize ngoba kuzo zonke izinto engabusiswa ngazo i-voice is not one of them. Kusekhaya la. Awuvumani phela guys, this is where you pitch in. Choir. Soda. Kusekhaya la. Professor Shokane, our Dean of Humanities.
Good morning. Good morning. Sanbonan. I was tempted to bring Ms. Lamini to order that this is a university event. We're not discussing home affairs issues, we're discussing international issues today. Firstly, in absentia, I would like to acknowledge our Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, Professor Mdose, our DVCs, Teaching and Learning, Research and Innovation, and Institutional Support. And on behalf of the International Office for organizing this event, the International Education Week, under the leadership of Professor Mashia, I would like to welcome you all to this prestigious event. And thank you, Prof. Mashia, for internationalizing higher education to prepare our students for success in a globalized world, to foster understanding and driving academic excellence. I think that's why we gathered here today. I'm honored to open this International Education Week under the theme Navigating African Perspective in Internationalizing Higher Education Towards Achieving the Africa We Want. I think you said towards Agenda 2063. I'm also proud to see many young minds here today, gathered and eager to shape the future of our continent. I believe the Africa we want is a vision of a prosperous and peaceful and integrated continent where all individuals can reach their full potential. And in order to achieve this, we must prioritize higher education. I think that's why we gathered here. Innovation and internationalization and all the international linkages. We must harness our collective strengths to address the challenges facing our continent, from climate change to economic inequality. We must also celebrate our diversity and promote inclusivity, ensuring that every voice is heard and every perspective is valued. I believe all the students seated here today, we have a critical role to play in shaping the Africa we want and using higher education space to rethink our decolonial role, also our developmental role, and have commitment to deepen our linkages nationally and internationally within the continent and our international community. And I believe the University of Zululand is committed to this critical knowledge that you're going to gain today, and to help you to rethink systems which you can use in your classroom, in teaching and learning, community engagement, and all the practices. I urge you to be bold and innovative and be committed to create this positive change. I am tempted, Prof. Mashia, that as you navigate the African perspectives in higher education, this requires a thoughtful and inclusive approach. Maybe I can share just few strategies that you may consider as you're busy with the International Week during this week. Firstly, is the decolonizing of the curriculum, which should incorporate African scholarship, histories, and experiences into the curriculum. And secondly, it should center African voices. In this case, where we need to amplify the perspective and experiences of African students in our respective faculties. We have to contextualize knowledge, recognize the relevance of African context and perspective in teaching and research. It's important that we foster inclusive pedagogy using various teaching methods that value diverse perspectives and experiences. And significantly, we have to promote cultural humility, encourage students and faculties to approach African perspectives with humility and openness, considering our diversity. And it's important that we all support the African-led initiatives, also by collaborating with African institution initiatives to promote mutual understanding. I was looking at the program, I'm seeing various partners who will be sharing on how this can be achieved. And I believe our students will be able to tap into that. It's very important that we emphasize issues of indigenous knowledge. We value our African knowledge systems and epistemologies. And we can't have actually the Africa we want without encouraging language diversity. We have to support the use of African languages. And maybe our program director, you were only in South Africa with your greetings. You still have to tap into the continent and go international. And it's important that we continuously reflect and adapt as we refine and assess our approaches. And I believe that by implementing these strategies, higher education institutions can foster a more inclusive and equitable environment that values African perspective. I believe if we all work together to build the Africa we want, we'll have a just and equitable and prosperity for all. Thank you very much. I hereby declare the program open.
Thank you, Professor Shokane. In that order, I would like to call Mr. Andile Mthembu to set the scene for us.
Program Director, Ms. Lamini, specifically for you, Ms. Bonjour. The University Executive led by Professor Mtose, Prof. Shokane, Prof. Mashia, and the rest of the International Office team, our esteemed guest panelists, both virtual and in person, the South Africa Sweden University Forum, and South Africa BRICS Youth Association team, led by Elisi Kanile, the Student Representative Council, and all student leaders in their respective portfolios, and the student body at large, please receive my humble greetings. Before I delve into today's discourse, I must first take the moment to recognize the International Office. When this program was first introduced, the students were allocated only a few minutes on the agenda. And the students on that program made submissions to the office to say, Prof and the team, can you please allow more airtime to students if you want internationalization to be digested broadly in the university? And the office, what they did was they listened to our voices and granted us the entire day. Who does it? And for that, I really, really think they deserve a round of applause for that. This shift not only underscores a commitment to inclusivity, but it also highlights the transformative power of student agency For this, I think we are truly appreciative for that. Colleagues, and when I say colleagues, I'm talking about aspiring academics, students, and the young academics. The world is shrinking. As we navigate the shrinking world, the concept of internationalization becomes ever more pertinent. Internationalization, as scholars argue, is our response to the forces of globalization. It is an essential and comparative process that examines the complexities of our world, its past injustice and the current inequalities, while envisioning a future marked by equity and justice for all. Whenever I define internationalization, I always like to use a definition by, and I think I'm strategically using this definition in today's program because it breaks the stigma of definition. I think Ndlovu and other scholars, internationalization scholars, always argue that we must challenge the colonial and Eurocentric notions that often underpin internationalization of higher education. Historically, the international has been equated with the global north, your Europe and your North America, with these regions serving as the models for global education policy and strategy. This perspective, however, must be integrated and redefined. Hence why when I use this definition, I use the definition from Heleta Musavo from Durban University of Technology and Chasi from IESA that says internationalization of higher education is a critical and comparative process of the study of the world and its complexes, past and present inequalities and injustice, and possibilities for more equitable and justice future for all. Through teaching, learning, research, and engagement, internationalization fosters epistemic plurality and integrates critical anti-racial, anti-hegemonic learning about the world from diverse global perspective to enhance quality, relevance of education. With this definition comes what I always, when I'm engaging with colleagues, the statement that I always make to say that there's nothing unacademic by being an activist and an academic. I like to repeat that. There's nothing unacademic by being an activist and an academia. Imagine these two together. An academia or an activist that uses research, literature in his argument to fight for social injustice. And I also want to say that these two put together therefore allows us for another battle, which is academic freedom. Because with academic freedom, we are then students are able to engage in research that stands for their values and goals. If they are postgraduates, I'll ask how many of you that when you look, even undergrads, when you look at your assignment or when you look at your proposal, you can safely say, this proposal stands for what I stand for in terms of moral values and what I stand for in terms of the global challenges. This is my views. Obviously, using research to argue for those views. How many of you can freely say that, or we use Eurocentric studies because we fear that our views will not be recognized globally? So I think when Abu Kacheni, the scholars such as our guest speaker today, when they write, they always think about how our voice must be heard, the definitions, the epistemics. When we speak in class, these are the things. Therefore, you can never take away intentionalization with decolonization, as well as speaking about community engaged projects. So this brings us to a crucial juncture, the Africa We Want Agenda 2063. This visionary framework aims to foster a continent that is integrated, prosperous, and driven by its own values and solutions. Internationalizing higher education in alignment with its agenda means not merely adopting external model, but shaping a unique path that reflects Africa's diverse culture, experience, and developmental goals. To achieve this, higher education institution must engage in meaningful partnership that reflects African priorities. We need to develop a curriculum that addresses local and continental challenges while fostering global competencies. We must also support research that not only contribute to global knowledge, but also address pressing issues within our communities. By the way, I am a student from the University of Zululand, and being a student supervised by UNET, I always argue for IKS, because in my experience, I deal with international, I'm very focused in internationalization programs because I lead SASUF and now I'm part of SABIA. But my experience with those programs has taught me that in order for me to contribute meaningfully in these international structures, I must know where I come from. How do I do that? My contribution will always be indigenous knowledge systems. Because when I'm partnering, for instance, with Sweden, if I bring Eurocentric information or contribution, they don't benefit. My contribution is worthless because obviously they can be able to do that. So when I bring indigenous knowledge, the local information, localized research, I'm able to contribute because I bring to the table something that they are not familiar with. And you'll be surprised that localized research, like information, can solve global challenges if you really think about it. So today, just to summarize, why are we here? Today, we are going to have 4 speakers that will delve into the topic that has been presented by the speakers before me. So yours is to engage the speakers, and I can assure you, all of them are capable to answer some of the questions that you bring in, and also to explore opportunities that the international office and our stakeholders are able to bring forward. So do enjoy today's program. Do engage, do network, collect as much information as you can, and also do contribute. Your contribution is very imperative, as you have seen that the department listens whenever students speak to them. So also bring in more submissions to ensure that this program, because this is not their program, it's our program, it strengthens the next year's program as well. So do enjoy, all the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Andile. Another big round of applause. So I'm a good student as well, and a good academic that listens. So my friends in Nigeria would say, how far now in Pidgin English? Is I call Mr. Shamase to introduce the Sisonke Buddy program.
Good morning, everyone. Standing before you is Kwesi Brian Shamase, the liaison officer in the international office. So today I would like to officially introduce the buddy program that is called Sisonke. What is a buddy program? It is a program that pays local students, more experienced students, with new international undergraduate students. It tailors local students with international students based on the fundamentals of volunteering and intercultural dialogue. It is a system that plays a critical role in fostering and welcoming a supportive environment. It is a process, or can be referred to as a system, that assists international students in finding someone, which is our local students, that they can turn to when times get tough, which allows them to overcome hurdles and find growth. What is the role of the buddy program? It supports long-term retention solutions by providing social support, cultivating a sense of Okay, sorry about that. It supports a long-term Okay. Okay, it supports long-term student retention solution by providing social support, cultivating a sense of community, and helping international students to learn about the university culture. Local and international students can learn from each other when it comes to international relations according to their cultures. That is where intercultural competency fits in. Our local bodies must make sure that the international students feel at home away from home. Students that are involved in the buddy program can provide information on cultural matters. Now, moving on to the Sisonke Buddy program. The Sisonke Buddy program is a program that focuses and supports both local and international students in working together as a unit. The program aims to conjoin international students and local students through meaningful, long-standing friendships and to learn and have more knowledge on intercultural competency in the University of Zululand. The Sisonke Buddy program, the main focus. The international office, as I've mentioned, has developed a new program called the Sisonke Buddy program, which means we are together. It symbolizes the awareness of togetherness because together we can do better and united we shall stand. The local students have started working together as you can see here, all the white t-shirts. It's all the Sisonke Buddy programs mixed with our international students as well. And I'm happy to say they've been doing a very good job. Can we also just give them a round of applause? Okay, before we select the students for the Sisonke Buddy program, we normally do an induction. When we do an induction, we take the local students through all the protocols that is required of them, so that when they start being pairing together with their buddies, they know what is expected of them. That is where the do's and don'ts, they know what to do and what not to do. So going ahead next year, after registration, we'll have to pin a suitable date and welcome all the new international undergraduate students. This is where the buddies will play a very crucial role in supporting them and guiding them every step of the way. We will also have sessions where the new buddies will talk about their experiences and other important matters in the case. They need more guidance and assistance. Okay, when it comes to our international delegates, that is our visitors that will be coming to visit the institution, the international office assists those faculties in drafting the program that is going to be suitable for the event of the day. We also support and arrange a meet and greet session. We also pay our local buddies with those international visitors. Then after we'll do a campus tour as a way to getting them to know about our university culture and our values. Thereafter, we'll have our tourist attraction sites. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to officially introduce the Sisonke Buddy program, and I would like to also urge the students that are here in applying for this buddy program. Please do look at the notices, students. I know it is a problem, but please do start looking next month. The program will be advertised, so please do apply and please apply on time. So I've got my representative here who's just going to talk about his experience since he joined the buddy program. Can we please welcome Talente?
Greetings to everyone with all protocols observed. As formally introduced by Mr. Shamase, my name is Talente Matabele, and I can say it has been an honor to be a part of the Sisonke Buddy program. I applied mainly for this program because this program, I saw it as an important opportunity to learn from my international counterparts and an opportunity to help us students from a different country. Because as you know, as students, it is difficult to transition from high school to university when you are from that country. You can imagine the burden of moving from a different country and having to adjust into a whole different society, different environment and everything. And when I applied, I was fortunate enough to be elected as the representative. And what I've gained through being paired with my buddy who is from Zimbabwe is to gain cultural insights of the Zimbabwe culture whilst sharing, of course, the university culture with my buddy. And this program has helped me grow and learn, especially in terms of my leadership skills and in terms of keeping an open mind and knowing that whatever you were grown and taught about is not always right. In different countries, things are done in a totally different manner, like how we recently learned when we were exposed to students from Finland who visited our institution. We got an opportunity to interact and learn about the Finnish culture and the Finnish way of life. And lastly, as Mr. Sharma has already stated, I would like to echo that as students, we take initiative and apply for such programs and pay close attention to our notices, because students have been asking me, how can I join? How can I join? It is quite easy. You have to ensure that you stay close to your student emails, and as soon as the notices get sent, you apply. Thank you very much.
My friends and African brothers and sisters in Mali would greet you as Ikakenewa. And also, ladies and gentlemen, calling Mr. Shamase first was not a mistake. It was a strategic move because he's assisting me with the colleagues online. With that being said, I would like to call Mr. S. Sekome for a message of support, who is an SRC member and a published author. Mr. Sekome, ladies and gentlemen. Future author.
Published. The Vice Chancellor, Prof. X. Mutose, and the Executive Management in Absentia, the Dean of Faculty, Prof. Shokani, the guest speaker, Mr. Mulaudi Wasekake, supporting and academic staff present, Sabia representative led by Mtolisi Kanyile, and most importantly, the University of Zululand student populace, Sanbonani. I would first like to say that indeed the allegations are true. My name is Secret Sekome, and I'm an author. I am currently the Deputy President of the SRC. I heard some rumors, others saying I'm the acting president in absence of the president, but as I've alluded, they are rumors, or are they? It is with great honor that I stand before you today to deliver this message of support on behalf of the SRC. As we gather under the important theme, navigating African perspectives in internationalizing higher education towards achieving the Africa we want, as envisioned in the Agenda 2063. This topic confused me a bit, and I struggled as how should the framework of the speech be structured. Mind you, it was 4 a.m. today in the morning. Then I got a solution that when I speak of internationalization, one must exclude the African countries from that context, as Africa is one and she is united. Africans both on the continent and in the diaspora share not merely a common history, but a common destiny. Thus, we are all one nation protected by Umveli Ngangi. The Vision Agenda 2063 is a blueprint for an Africa that is thriving, unified, and driven by its own citizens. Education remains pivotal of this mission, especially as we work towards internationalizing higher education in a way that reflects our unique African identity, culture, and perspective. This internationalization is not merely a matter of opening our institutions to global influences, but ensuring that we, as Africans, have a voice on the global stage. It is about empowering our students and academics to contribute meaningfully to global matters while remaining deeply rooted in our African values and aspirations. At the University of Zululand, we have already taken a significant step in that direction. The launch of the BRICS Student Commission was a historic achievement for our institution. This initiative has created a platform for African students to meaningfully engage in global matters, particularly with nations in the BRICS Plus Alliance. It is a bold step towards ensuring that our students are not just recipients of global knowledge, but active participants and contributors to African solutions to the global stage. We also celebrate the recognition of the South African BRICS Youth Association, SABIA, led by Mr. Mfundisi Khanyile, as a significant milestone. The SRC is committed to fully supporting SABIA in its mission to provide a space where young people can actively engage in discussions that shape our continent's future. This recognition underscores our commitment to internalization and provides an important space for students to take part in shaping not only their future, but the future of Africa as a whole. We believe this is exactly the kind of initiative that will help us achieve the Africa we want. As the SRC, we are immensely grateful for these platforms. They allow our students to learn from others while sharing our unique African perspectives, making us true global citizens. We pledge to support the BRICS Student Commission, SABIA, and the Sisonke Party System in every way possible, ensuring that they continue to provide a space for students to engage meaningfully with international issues, especially those that concern Africa. The University of Zululand has shown tremendous leadership in supporting the internationalization of higher education. And as the SRC, we will continue to drive the agenda forward. Together, we are shaping a university that not only represents Africa, but is also actively contributing to the realization of African Union's Agenda 2063. In conclusion, it is through initiatives like this, such as the BRICS Student Commission and SABIA, and similar efforts in our campus, that we will create an Africa that is prosperous, united, and globally influential. We are building an Africa where our youth are not just part of the conversation, but are leading it. This is the Africa we want, and this is the Africa we are creating here at the University of Zululand. Ke a leboha.
As Mr. Shamasa is connecting the video for us from SASOF by Ms. A. Lundman, in Kenya, I would greet you as Jambo.
Hi everyone, my name is Anastasia Lundman and I am the SASOF student representative from Hi everyone, my name is Anastasia Lundman
Whatever
and I
you
am
say,
the
this
SASOF
is hope
student
for us.
representative from
Bye, Unizulu.
Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden.
How are you, Unizulu?
Hi everyone, my name is Anastasia Lundman and I am the SASOF student representative from Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, Sweden. I'm a fourth-year medical student and I have been a part of the SASOF student network since the beginning of 2024. The SASOF student network works as a platform to connect students from South Africa with students from Sweden, where we can discuss different topics and compare our perspectives. It also works as a bridge between students and researchers, a distance that sometimes for students at least can feel a bit far. SASOF is all about internationalization of education and academics. In a globalized world, which we live in today, we have a responsibility to learn from each other and work together. Thank you for your time, and I wish you all the best. Before I say goodbye, I also want to congratulate the University of Zululand on its contribution to SASUF. Good job! I wish you all good luck and all the best for your International Education Week. Bye-bye!
Emma, okay, she can tell, I think she can hear us.
No, what's up?
Emma, is she sharing his presentation? Yeah, she's sharing his presentation. Oh, I'm not sure if I was it. I'm online now.
Um, welcome back, welcome back. So in Mozambique, my friends would greet you as Ola or Kuma Esther, as we call on Sabia, Miss M. Molefe, to project her presentation. She's online. The stage is yours, Miss Molefe.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Margaret Molefe, and I must say I am very excited to be here today. And I feel the FOMO of being so far away from today's proceedings. If you'll just give me a second to project my slide. All right. So, as introduced, my name is Margaret Mulefe. I'm the Executive Deputy Chairperson of the South African BRICS Youth Association. Let me start by observing protocol to the Vice Chancellor of the University, the DVCs, the Deans, as well as the Internationalization Office, the SRC, as well as the leadership of the Sabia chapter in UniZulu. Today's topic is very important as it speaks to some of the work that the SA BRICS Youth Association is doing around innovation, education, as well as research. And all of these components are very important to advancing our country as well as advancing the world. So I'll just give a background of what the SA BRICS Youth Association does. So we were established in 2018 as an NPO. So we are a civil society organization that is registered under the Department of Social Development. And we really strive to be the leading voice of the youth within BRICS Plus and advocate for their rights and interest in decision-making processes. So when South Africa chaired the BRICS in 2018, a call was made by young people for us to be part of the decision making processes. And that's where then the organization was formed from. We also strive to provide the youth with the opportunity to meaningfully participate in BRICS Plus relations from a global south perspective and to strengthen linkages, institutional cooperation, as well as people to people exchanges within BRICS Plus. So we aim to create opportunities for young people to engage with each other, to share ideas, as well as to collaborate on projects that address key challenges facing their communities as well as their countries. And I'll just explain on the different opportunities that we do have. And lastly, we seek to enhance cultural exchanges and promote mutual understanding amongst the youth in the BRICS Plus countries. So this is very important because, as you may know, the BRICS Plus countries have very different political systems, economic systems, as well as cultural systems. So it becomes very important for us to understand one another. And we believe that we need to enhance cultural exchanges to learn from one another so that we can understand each other and also be tolerant of each other's backgrounds. So our vision is to advance and to promote global South cooperation and to really be a leading voice for youth within BRICS Plus and multilateral platforms. I must mention that SABIA is the first organization, first youth-led organization, which was established in 2018, which was by a group of young people that saw the gap that young people are not represented in the BRICS space. And after that, Russia then established a similar organization, and this year we assisted Brazil to uh, to um, to establish a similar organization. So we seek to provide South African youth with the opportunity to meaningfully participate in BRICS Plus as a vehicle of socio-economic transformation. And we also want to contribute to BRICS Plus from an African perspective and to create a network of young experts and to tackle challenges in making the world a better place. Before anything else, South Africa is in Africa. So there's no way we can be talking to your Europes, your Asia, without understanding the context and the background of Africa. So that's why one of our programs also speaks to this. So in terms of our strategic priorities, we are focused on youth development, on the economy and development, on intra-BRICS trade, on youth entrepreneurship, on education and skills development, peace and security, youth inclusion and advocacy, partnerships and collaborations, international relations and cooperation, as well as research policy, as well as M&E work. So, in terms of our leadership structure, we have 10 international board members that come from the various BRICS members, and they really provide support and guidance in ensuring that we meet our strategic objectives as set out in our strategy. We have 9 executive committee members. These are members that head different departments. We have 7 departments at SABIA, and all of them are under the age of 35. And we also have 60 operational volunteers. I must mention that from the board level to the executive committee to the operational volunteers, these comprise of the young people from across the BRICS Plus countries that are volunteering their time to ensuring that we champion the needs of young people and we serve as a bridge to meet their needs. So we currently have plus 3,000 members as well. So just a highlight from 2021, we've organized a number of multilateral as well as bilateral engagements, and this is for the purpose of getting youth to interact with young people from the other BRICS Plus countries. So just in 2021, we had a youth dialogue, we had a virtual roundtable, we've participated in BRICS Civil Forum, we've also celebrated the International Women's Day, and we've also had a youth dialogue on trade and investment. So we have hosted a number of bilateral forums, which are country-to-country engagements, and really engaging on various topics, such as with China, we engaged on the priorities of the Chinese 2022 BRICS chairship. In India, we engaged on change. So we have hosted a number of multilateral forums, and here really we bring young people together from the BRICS Plus countries under different objectives to expose them to opportunities. So in 2022, we hosted our summer school, wherein we hosted it with the Durban University of Technology, and the objective really is to have a series of lectures and workshops which provide an introduction to BRICS. And also we've hosted an innovation summit wherein young innovators from the BRICS Plus countries as well as Global South come together under different thematic areas and they present on their innovations. And the winners of each of the categories then has the opportunity to travel to Russia to present their innovation at a larger scale at the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. We also host what is called the Africa BRICS Youth Forum, which brings together about 30 countries, young people to engage on various topics around education, around entrepreneurship. And really, this is for us to learn from the other African countries on what models are they doing and how can we also improve. So in 2024, we've hosted two bilaterals. We've hosted one with Brazil and another one with China, and we'll be having one with India on the 5th of October. So if you are interested in forming part of that bilateral, it'll be engaging on ICT. You can just apply from our different social media platforms. We've also this year hosted multilateral forums. Just last week, we hosted our summer school. And this one was really exciting because we had a new component where we simulated the BRICS head of states meeting. So the delegates had the opportunity to simulate this with one individual being the head of state, the other being the foreign minister, the other being the BRICS Sherpa. And we also had delegations from the countries, and they were given a topic and they had to debate on that. So this really gave them a real life experience of how the head of state meeting looks like. So we also hosted the Africa BRICS Youth Forum as well as the Innovation Summit. So just other projects and initiatives that we have, we've recently been approved by the University of Johannesburg as well as DUT to roll out a BRICS diplomacy skills program. And this is really a comprehensive program aimed at training young diplomats and fostering diplomatic relation exchanges between the BRICS Plus countries. So this is an accredited short course. And later on this year, we'll be hosting the cultural festival where we want to showcase the different cultures, the different diversities in the BRICS Plus countries. And this is with the objective of fostering unity as well as appreciation amongst the youth. And also we'll be hosting bilateral forums, which really focus on people-to-people relations on a one-on-one basis in the BRICS Plus. And lastly, we have our university chapters, which was launched this year actually as a pilot. And as a result, we managed to register at UniZulu, as well as the University of Johannesburg and Northwest University. And this really seeks to create a platform for university students to engage on BRICS Plus community, to engage with the BRICS Plus community as well as its objectives, and to bring like-minded youth within universities through a common affiliation to the association. So through this platform of the chapters, we want young people to participate in discussions and activities and initiatives that are related to BRICS Plus as well as global affairs. And through these activities, we believe that it will promote awareness, understanding, as well as collaboration amongst the South African youth interested in BRICS Plus member nations. So it is very exciting that I introduced the Sabia UniZulu leadership before you today. So our coordinator is Mr. Mxolisi Kanyile. We have our deputy coordinator who is Osinati Sivia, who earlier participated in the Innovation Summit, which took place in Gauteng. And we have the secretary, Mr. Andile Mthembu. We have the treasurer, Simphiwe Gumede. We have the public relations officer, Awande Mkhize, who participated in the summer school, which took place last week. And we have the programs manager, Lutando Tengaste. And lastly, we have the community engagement officer, Liyanda Ndlovu. So I do encourage you to familiarize yourselves with the leadership and engage with them on the different kinds of initiatives that you'd want to see For example, if you would want to have a debate on BRICS, those are the kind of engagements that they would be open to. If you want to write a paper in relation to BRICS on different thematic areas, you can engage with them. And we will also assist in making sure that those papers make it in the relevant journals. If you want to have a BRICS simulation, for example, these are the kind of activities that the leadership will be doing. With that being said, I will then move over to how do you join? How do you become a member of Sabia? So we have a three-tiered membership with different benefits. We have the free membership, we have the bronze membership, as well as the elite membership. So all of these have different benefits of what you will have access to. And the only requirement is that you have to be between the ages of 18 and 35. But if you are over 35, then you can still be a member, but you will be considered as an associate member. So irrespective of which country you come from, you can be a member of Sabia. And just really to encourage you as we are engaging here today on the importance of volunteerism. As we are going to graduate and going into the job market, it becomes very important for you to harness your skills, this being your soft as well as your hard skills. So volunteering is one of the ways that you can acquire those. And the benefits really it's on building your skills development, on harnessing your CV, the opportunities to network as well, and increasing your employability, and just on improving your mental well-being to give you purpose as well as fulfillment. With that being said, I've come to the end of my presentation, and I really wish to thank you once more for this opportunity. And I look forward to future engagements with the university, the students, the leadership, the management, and everyone else. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Molefe from Sabia. Without any further ado, I would like to call to the podium Miss Luna CT for entertainment. Mr. F. Madilo has apologized, so we're moving on to Miss Luna CT for entertainment. And then in Kenya, my brothers and sisters would greet you in Lingala as Mbode, or greet you in French and say bonjour.
Routine with an opening phenomenon to embrace family and beloved ones. With that being said, I ritual. My name is Lenacity. I'm a poet. At first, by the time I was sitting in there, I just sorted the program and I was like, there's I'm Zulu them. So I'm not really sure which poem to perform to accommodate everyone. So I just did. On the lonely land, I found you. Far, far away from home, where there was no hope, where there was no one for the help. Far away on the lonely land, where hunger was about to roast me, where faith was scurrying away from me, where friends and family were not around. That's where I was in the closet. The best friend of mine was in isolation. I was absent-minded but full of melancholy. I was thirsty, but I was dripping and sweating. There I was under the hot sun, where snakes were about to attack me, having no place to run to, having no weapon to strike back on them, where there was no shadow for the shelter, just surrounded by the carcass and inhaling the dry dust, just trying to avoid sleeping from hot storms and running away from the lizards. There you came as a green land. You were full of life and joy. You brought me rain. water. And also, you were like the big tree with its shade to me. The sun ran away from you. The flowers flung free in their fun smell. The grass was squishing us as the mattress. The butterflies flying all over. You know, see the light differently. I'm away of doses and it curses. I inhale the air that is full of my life. The rivers flow the water of happiness. The singing birds sang to celebrate. And in the land of loneliness, I have escaped like a bound of food, air blew by the wind, like the eagles flying through the everlasting blue. The time for the light has arrived, because I found you on the lonely land. Inkondlo emnandi, nguwe mntakwethu. Ubuciko bumsulwa, isiqa nendikimba. Umlolozelo wesiginci, icebo elingacici, ubuciko. Ubuhle bomzwilili, ibonisa ubuco obuhle buhamba ngapili, isonke elingenasici. Umbamba samnyovu, la ngimncane khona, ungithinta kwamancane. Ubumnyotho benhliziyo yami buyicala kuye, kucisha sakufakazi kucacile. Isoka nguye lo kwasekuqaleni kwakufanele. Isaphi isiphenduka isineke kimi waphela. Asengiyabona nje, sengiqatele. Lalela ngitshela, khululeka, wanele. Nasemaphutheni angisayi, wanele. Azangiphatha kahle ngazi. Kazi uyangiphatha kahle, usungazi. Kumnandi-ke nokukuthanda ungazi. Bengifisa nalabo bengalinge bakuhlebele. Mangibona uvalo lugwaza ngebele. Ungangicela konke negolide ngikwebele. Azangiphatha kahle ungazelele. Yesuka la. Le ncwajana ngiyibhalile wena, baba wami. Ngifuna uyifunde. Uyizwe ukuthola inhliziyo nalapho kunamanxeba othando angakapholi. Othandeni kwakho wasithola ukudla ekukhuleni kwakho, mntakwethu. Kunesifungo la engayokusikhipha ngisiphimise ngomlomo wami. Kepha ngethembeke ngomqondo ngisigcinile ngokuzibeka, ngomqondo ngisigcinile ngokuzimela, ngizimisele ngeqiniso, ngokuzethemba nokuthembeka. Themba mina, ngiyakuthanda. Oh, kunjani? Ukuphila ngaphandle kwami, uma uqhathanisa nokuphila nami, sawubona igama uMaqondana. Sesesabonana-ke saze saqondana. Uma yethi woshelana lede ngaqondana. Nalangona waziphutha lena. Mina bengingaqondanga. Ususho-ke kakhulu lapho uphuma khona. Angithandi ukunguthanda. Mina ngifuna ukukunika lona. Ithuba olithola yothanda isikhathi sisekhona. Abakulimaze ekuqaleni khohlwa yibo kwangebona. Lento ekuthiwa iphakade phambi kwakho nathi. Angini uyangibona? Yeka mina ngikuthandeke. Uzobona liqiniso lisekhona. Sawubona Dali. Igama uMaqondana. Kafika umfana ekhaya. Ngiyabonga.
Hala, a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Talent we have. Without wasting any time, now we've come to the key or the main part of our gathering today or event, where we're going to have just a panel discussion. Some other colleagues will be projecting virtually online. And please note to my panelists, you only have 10 minutes, and that's the maximum. If you can share your ideas in less than that, we'd highly appreciate it. No pressure. When you are sharing your ideas and views, please keep in mind the following question. What role can be played by the organization that you represent in achieving the Africa we want for Agenda 2063? What role can be played by the organization or institution you represent in achieving the Africa we want for Agenda 2063? I'm going to call Ms. Nolwazi Mabaleka to introduce our panelists and to take it away.
Thank you, Ntombi Mswazi. Good morning. I'm still serenaded by our poet. Yay. That was beautiful. We're about to get into our discussion, and we have a panel of esteemed guests here who are just ready to share. And I hope that you receive them well and you are able to absorb as much as you can. And I hope that when you leave here today, you grab something that you're able to apply in whatever aspect of your life. So we'll start with Mr. Mulaudi Wasikang, right? He is a writer, he's a scholar and an activist. He's also part of the editorial team of the scholarly journal called Peace, Land and Bread, based in the UK. He's also a research fellow at the Centre for Social Change at the University of Johannesburg. He's also a co-founder of Ngawe 2 Popular Education Movement, a project that was inspired by the works of Paulo Freire. He is also the author of books, Meditations from the Gutter, short stories, essays, and poems, as well as 2 volumes of Socialism Nomuntu Omusha, Taking the Oath of Resolution. He's also the acting president of the National Writers Association of South Africa, and we look forward to hear from him. And I think as you're about to come, Mr. Mulaudi Wasikang, I wanted you to tell us about the quote that said, "I hate those who claim to eat poverty, yet vomit fruit salads." I'm not sure if this is familiar to you. And you can come up. Oh, and as he comes, guys, just note that we'll take questions after all the panelists have spoken. So if there's a burning question, write it down and we'll engage our panelists after. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me first and foremost greet the executive in absence, Dean of Humanities, Prof. Shukana, Director of International Office, Prof. Mashia, and her team, academics present here. I saw my colleague here, my friend, Dr. Petrom Zelen. We are from the trenches with that guy. I think he's going to come back. I also want to greet the SRC present here. And most importantly, to greet you all for gracing this event. I don't know, because you can't have a keynote speaker and give him 10 minutes. It undermines the very entire notion of being a guest speaker, but it's fine, I'll abide. So this is I'm bargaining now. What I'm going to do, I don't have notes. Because I'm speaking to young people, I am going to free up. And my engagement, my presentation is going to be engaging. I'm not going to be reading through. So I want you to engage me over and above you engaging the panel that is here. I'm going to narrate a very short story within my 10 minutes. This story is going to constitute the summary of my presentation. If you miss the story, you have missed my presentation or my input in this important session. Chairman Mao from China narrates a story of a community in China that has a tradition of leaving its community and going to a mountain. It's called a pilgrimage religion. Now he says there was a golden rule. The golden rule was everyone must take themselves up the mountain. And it is also the golden rule. Everyone must take themselves up the mountain. Now, Chairman Mao, talking to young people, says there was this father who had a very sick daughter. And then halfway up the mountain, the daughter fainted. Remember, there is a golden rule that no one must be assisted up the mountain. Everyone must take themselves up the mountain. And this rule has been observed by the community for the longest of time. Now, here is a father, or can even say mother, who had a sick daughter. Now, the daughter can't take herself up the mountain. And then Chairman Mao poses a question. if you were this mother or father who had this sick daughter, what were you going to do? I'm posing a question to anyone. I'm not sure whether there are mics. I said I'm backing it because I was given 10 minutes. So if there is anyone, short steward voice, who can answer this question. Anyone, anyway. You have a long-standing rule that no one must be taken up the mountain. Everybody must be taken up the mountain to be cleansed, to be healed. If you have problems, you take yourself up the mountain, you are going to be fine. Now, here is a mother or a daughter who has a very sick, a mother and a father who has a very sick daughter. And the daughter can't take herself up the mountain. What do you do? Just say a few hands. Not many hands because I have 10 minutes. Otherwise, we're going to commit a crime and are not going to be invited again. There's a hand here. I welcome my mic. Okay, yeah.
Given that it would be given that it would be my daughter with assistance, personally, I would go against the rule and actually assist them in terms of planning the months.
How dare you? The answer seems real. The guy bravely says he can go against the rule. Anyone else? Yes. Lucky to the work of it.
I have a deep belief that some rules are meant to be broken. I would definitely break the rule if it was my daughter and to go against the rule and save my daughter.
Hey, the Office of International Relations has invited us to rebels here. Let me get the last hand. Hey, why is this side quiet? We are young people, we must be dynamic. That is why we are not going to read on paper. Yes? When I saw it, when? Yeah.
Okay. Oh, but the answer is also the same. I was also going to break the rule because I strongly believe that the family comes first. So I was going to take my daughter to the mountain, no matter what. I'll die with him.
Okay. The last one.
The rule says you cannot help someone up the mountain.
Yeah.
But since this person is sick, why not help them down?
So if you go back.
And go back. There's no use going up.
Okay. Quite an interesting dimension. Well, we are at a university, a plurality of ideas, different ideas. And that is another essence of the higher education discourse, which I will finalize when I make my conclusions. Okay, 5 of time. Almost everybody who responded said they can break the rules. Anyone who can tell us the moral of this lesson? Anyone who can tell us why the story? I forget that I don't know you. Yes.
My name is Kotatis Bia, the deputy coordinator of SABIA. I want to say, I think the moral of the story comes at a time where rules have to be broken if they do not serve the interests of the collective or the greater majority. In that sense, you can sit down, resolve on changing the way of living in order to fulfill the interests of the people. Because initially, the struggle exists for our betterment. If it cannot serve me, why do I obey?
Dango. Thank you. So here is the essence. You are spot on. Here is the essence of the story. Is that certain things come in society. And then we are told of traditions that must be obeyed, even if they don't respond to our needs. Say amen. Certain things come in society and we are told they become traditions that cannot be challenged, even if they don't respond to our needs. Where am I going with the story is that before we even talk about higher education, we must talk about the evolution of education in general. And the short version of this is the idea of mass education, mass access to education came at the time of the so-called Industrial Revolution. Do we know it? The Industrial Age. There was a need to create a mass of skilled people who are going to participate in industry to develop society. That is the briefest description I can provide. And that is how access or education became something that has to be accessed by a lot of people. And at that time, what we are normally not told is that it was the evolution of a system called capitalism, and it changed the social and economic fabric of society. So the notion of education was that you are going to skill certain people to participate in the industry, in commerce, to develop society. There were implications in Britain. People were working, but they could not afford rent. Their wages were so low. It's a story for another day when we are given more than 10 million. Now then the question is, as a result of that, does education in general and higher education serve our needs in Africa? That is a question that I'm not here to answer questions. I'm here to be provocative so that discussions are going to open space for us to question the fundamental assumptions of education, to question what fundamental assumptions of education, because there are traditions in the evolution of education that we are told it cannot be challenged, even if they respond to our needs, even if they don't respond to our needs. Then in our discussions, we must pose questions. What are those traditions within the realm of education that are said should not be challenged? So that when we discuss, we are able to say, these are long-standing traditions that we need to challenge in order for us to fulfill the agenda 2063. So those are some of the things that we need to talk. They are fundamental assumptions, especially because in Africa, we have a history of colonialism. We have a history of patriarchy. We have a history of oppression. Any higher education that does not grapple with our history and therefore to respond to our conditions is not education worth our respect and attention. I repeat. Any history that does not take into consideration the historical evolution of our society characterized by racism, patriarchy, and settler colonialism is not education that is going to fulfill our needs. Then the fundamental question is, both well-established academics and young people who are going to be academics, do we have the intellectual courage to challenge settler colonial traditions that still finds expression in our education in general and in higher education? I won't answer it. Do we have a current crop of intellectuals who are able to go against the grain of the academy of education that still entrenches patriarchy, racism, settler colonialism, and segregation? Or we just have people who want tenure and tax and then publishing in wealthy class journals, and then they go out and tell us that I've published in 34 or 5 wealth journals without responding to societal demands? Or put the other way around. Do we have a crop of potential academics and intellectuals who, if the previous generation failed to challenge certain things, who are going to take the bull by its horns instead of just wanting to create profiles around professions and being academics? These are the questions that we need to have. So I want to come here and tell you about, yes, enrollment is important, but if you don't challenge the fundamental assumption of our education system, you are going to enroll people into a slaughterhouse. You are just going to produce academics who are going to produce the unequal power relations, and you are not going to go anywhere. And by the way, if anyone tells you that you can't grapple with the nature of power relations, tell them that you live in Africa and most of you are Black, or almost all of you here. And there are realities that we need to give attention to in order for us to move forward. That is the essence of higher education, that is transformative, that is decolonial, and that is emancipatory. There is no other language that you must speak. Again, lastly, the whole notion that we go to school to work, industry must be ready. It's something that we need to challenge, because it's a neoliberal logic that you go to school, you must be prepared for industry. The essence, the reason of the story, and why I told you about the history of industrial revolution and how mass education became a reality, it is because capitalism has defined education as access to capabilities or skills in order to work in the industry. Then the question is, what kind of industries are we going to work? Is these industries where we are overworked and underpaid? Do we want to go there? Are these industries where we go to school and work and pick and pay while you are a geology graduate because the market can't take you? And if it takes you, it must bargain for you to take lower wages? Is this kind of slaughterhouse or industry or commerce which you are told to go to, where someone has studied pharmacy but he's a shopkeeper, he's working at a local library? Is this kind of education where most of our colleagues of the same age have studied quantity surveying, but they can't find work and they work at dry land? These are some of the things that we grapple with. So we must not only talk about statistics and access to education without challenging the fundamental assumptions of a particular education system so that we are able to challenge it. So the ability for us as we are here to unmask the nature of power relations, to say what kind of power relations determine our education and what is the purpose of education in essence, is going to help us to be able to say higher education in Africa must be sensitive to our history, both and also respond to the current demands. Grapple with the power structure, go to school, have a vision beyond paying bills. Even the very people who are telling us to pay bills, they don't tell us that in the current system, we pay bills by taking away our lives. Lastly, let's respect higher education. That is why we must fight if there are conservative academics who have been won over by the system. Why is it important to respect higher education? It is because any war that requires the suspension of reason as a precondition is a bad war. Any war that says to us, suspend reasoning and your critical faculties, enjoy without telling us the purpose of that war. It might be a war against your community, your uncle, your father, your mother, because you have been told to suspend reason. And that is why we must be involved in the production of ideas, but not only ideas, critical and counter-hegemonic ideas that are challenging neoliberalism, capitalism, settler colonialism, and all forms of oppression and system. Now to answer your question, what are you doing instead of talking to change things? Some of us have taken the bull by its horns, and that is why even where we are kind of anxious, because when we raise these things, we are labeled because we have been told that you must just pay bills. To answer your question, some of my comrades know, and I'm doing this without any shame, because the University of Zululand has been supportive in bringing about this work. And most people who are here, when it was an idea, when it was implemented, when I was seated in UKs, even UKs that then never did anything to support the entire project. But the University of Zululand has always invited us. And some people know that it has always been part and parcel of this project. So these are the 2 volumes of Socialism Nomondo Musha, that we are making a small contribution, not a big contribution, in challenging the dominant ways of doing, thinking, and living. Danko, thank you very much.
Thank you. That was quite helpful. And yeah, thank you so much. I think we need progressive and militant pedagogies in the global south. And such conversations are much needed and should happen. And if we say these conversations are uncomfortable, we should ask ourselves, for who? For who is it uncomfortable to? And once we have that answer, then we can move. Our next speaker is online. I'm not sure if they're on already. Mr. Baker. Okay, so Mr. Baker is an accomplished academic who moved to Sweden to pursue further education. They studied at the Malmö University, where he played a pivotal role as a student representative. He served on boards and councils within the Faculty of Technology and Science Society. He represented Malmö University in the UNIC and SAFAC alliances fostering international collaboration and research, published in several academic papers, adding to his scholarly impact. His journey reflects his dedication to student advocacy and academic excellence within an international context. Mr. Samuel Baker, welcome, and we look forward to hearing from you.
It's a privilege to actually be in this event with you guys, and absolutely, I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Okay. And then when I was contacted by one of my colleagues in SASU to actually be in this event, I was honored, and I hope my discussion today or my contribution will go a long way, enhance internationalization, especially when it comes to the 60 agenda for Africa. I don't have much to say because I actually thought it was going to be a panel discussion where we throw questions and also debate on this. I thought that's going to be or not. Nonetheless, I will try as much as possible to highlight one of the things that I know that perhaps is going to be very beneficial. And rightly, as the previous speaker said, concerning how we need to decolonize, reshape the concept of higher education, especially in Africa. It's kind of pertinent in the discussion. And before I go on, I would like to say that my name is Sam Baker, and I am from the western part of Africa, which is Nigeria. And I moved to Sweden, which is my current place of residence in 2021. And currently I am a student rep in one of the institutions, in Sweden, in different alliances. And when I say alliances, I mean Europe alliances. So which means an African representing European institutions in different European Commission university alliances. So it's a bit, should I say, it's a new word for me and a different perspective. And of course, for someone that is coming from Africa, it's a thing that I genuinely see into how the higher education, in this side of the world, as we popularly call it, the Northern Hemisphere is grown, and also how, I can actually compare and contrast just because, how the different, we're kind of different from where I'm coming from. And I would say, firstly, based on my experience as a student, I'm also student representatives and also students that advocate for students of Europe and also international students, which have a variety of different international students. We have students from Asia, students from Middle East, and also students from Africa, and also, of course, students from Europe. And being at the center of different discussion that involve this kind of students creates some sort of new perspective for me and a humbling position, I would say. And in terms of relating it to home, how things work, I know in back home, which is Africa, we have a very strong student advocacy. Like we have the SRC, the student representatives, and also the student union and stuff like that. The same is almost the same in Europe, but it's a bit different because in Europe there is more legal representation, should I say, legal backends for student representation, and also there is a need that students' voices are on the top of the agenda in every discussion, in every room, and this is actually not taken to be secondary or something that is like. And based on that, there is changes that come from students based on what they need to see in their curriculum, based on what they need to change, in terms of structure, based on the student support, based on quality of education and how it is, how it's run and stuff. And this goes a long way in a sense when it comes to, what this, an individual and how the students see in classrooms and how they engage, the other actors within the institution, the teachers, the managers, program coordinators, and what have you. So I say that's the thing that. Am I still live?
Yes, we can still hear you.
So yes, I think that is a view that perhaps we need to take. I studied my bachelor's, in West Africa, which is Nigeria, and I understand the difference. Perhaps maybe there's a little difference in the South African part, but it's almost the same structure. I know that we from African side are more very hierarchical when it comes to managerial and also administrative wise, which is not the same in Europe, where that there's a very, very parallel culture and also cultural organizations in terms of how you interact with with your professors, with your with your lecturers and teachers, and this helped a lot to give students confidence about pursuing different things, collaborating, and also relating with the teachers. We know that the whole academics in different institutions or in different universities in Africa, there is this nascent, should I say, nascent, yeah, so to speak, where we want to relate with them, and perhaps also we want to conjure our ideas and academic ideas, our research ideas to them in a very, most of them we see them as a godlike, symbols, and sometimes that affects our confidence, for example, creating our own epistemic ideas of how we want to do research and stuff like that. So that is the thing that perhaps we can actually implicate. These are small things that I feel is very important for students that have aspirations to be an academic, in the long run. And it goes a long way because from the first year when you enter university, you are clueless on who to talk to or what to do and how you bring your ideas into a forum. And as you grow, you see that you're binded by structures, you're binded by different hierarchical structure. And before you get to final year, you become very nonchalant, so to speak, in terms of, should I really go for all this or not? Or should I really, pursue this idea? Do you have the university support? Do you have this professor support in terms of making this alive? Because we know that the older generation of academics are the one that breeds newer generations of scholars. And if they don't have that idea of supportive, then we might perhaps not going forward with our ideas. And I'm speaking from different perspectives now because I'm speaking from student perspective and also advocacy angle, and also as a regular student, as an African student in Europe. So that's the perspective I'll be taking from this. So I'm not giving an idea of a structural change when it's some sort of grand idea of how things should be in Africa, but I will speak for students because I know we have a lot of young people out there like me that actually have the aspiration to move into scholar academic or scholarship positions, and that is what I'm thinking that maybe I should actually relate to them. I mean, we all know. We have all the idea of what might be the challenge that Africa have. We all know that perhaps we have some different ideas of how to go about it. But I want to speak to that young student out there that is having inspiration to move forward from the position of idea of how to do things, and also how you can actually become a scholar and also influencing when it becomes more academics. So I would say basically that based on my experience, it's very imperative for Africa to reduce the hierarchical premises that we found in university environments, especially where we have a whole lot of steps to climb before we can actually get to what we need. In a way, we call it the bureaucracy that comes with academics. And as one of the speaker writers said, also there is a huge need for academic freedom, where we can perhaps jump the steps, so to speak, and make the ideas of a very regular young students that have the idea and bring it into fruition and bring it into something that is actually publishable and within the epistemic idea of that is known to be indigenous and also with huge standards. So I would say that based on that, I would say African students, as it were, we need to encourage each other to make this happen. Also, the academic need to actually motivate us to making this a reality. And having said that, I would just to touch upon what I feel from my own experience as a SASUS member and also as a unique student rep. SASUS, I know most of you will be familiar with that because it's South African Student University Forum, where we start collaborative, innovative collaborations and also research development. And also unique, it's more of a European-based alliance where we have Marsh University, that is Mama University, collaborate with other 10 universities in Europe around when it comes to post-industrial transitions. So it's a very different what we have in SASUS and also different in unique, basically. So What I feel we should do as it is done perhaps in the in African way, in the African style, in African dimension, is for us to have what we call, it's a sort of alliance. University, we have a lot of universities in Africa, a whole lot that's working in silos, and they have their research focus on this. Perhaps we can actually have alliance. Most universities that do, they have the same profile coming together to actually develop critical issues within Africa research and make it something that is not just working in silos, but working together as as African institutions, tackling challenges within that particular space. So in Europe, for example, according to Bologna Treaties, which was 1999, the focus that 48 states, in Europe come together and we try to create a very good alliance of how they want to do it in terms of admission process, in terms of admission cycle, in terms of research, in terms of cities, peculiarities and characteristics, and university within those 48 countries form alliances in silos. 10 universities, 12 universities come in different countries together to work on this issue that tackles.
I'm sorry to cut you. My program signaled me to stop. But thank you so much. Thank you so much for that very passionate contribution. And I think also, having virtual presentations can present quite a bit of a challenge because audibility was a bit of an issue here and there. And we are at a very large venue. But I think what I take from your presentation was the importance of alliances and working together as Africans for Africans, because our problems can only be understood for us. And if we, strengthen these alliances and collaborations within our African context, then we could be in a better position to spearhead all these projects that will pay respect to our problems. So thank you so much, and I do stick around for some questions. A round of applause for Mr. Baker. Thank you. So our next panelist is also online. Is he on already? Okay, so he is Thabang Lawrence Mkhize. He's a dedicated professional in the field of education with a strong focus on academic support, internationalization, as well as student development and support. He is currently the coordinator of the Writing Center at the Central University of Technology, and he holds an honors degree in education and he's registered for a master's degree focusing on internationalization of higher education. He has made significant contributions to the global economic education community and is an active member in the South African Student Universities Forum, SAFU, as well as a representative within the student network. He has presented at the 26th International Education Association of South Africa conference, and he's also co-hosted the 2024 International Youth Day, focusing on youth as catalysts for sustainable development and the SDGs. Last year, he represented Central University of Technology at the 5th African Young SDGs Summit in Lusaka in Zambia, and has also served as a program director and MC at various institutional events, including Human Rights Day, Freedom Day, and commemorations. He has experience as a part-time lecturer, administrative assistant in various units, and he's also participated in various academic and community engagement activities, demonstrating commitment to advocating education and supporting students. We look forward to hearing from you, Kabazeh.
Thank you very much. I hope that I'm audible. I think there will be a bit of issues with that as well from my side, because, as you just said, that presenting online sometimes presents a number of issues. But in any case, I'm going to try to be as audible as possible and also try to be brief in my talk, because I prepared the slides here, and noting that I only have 10 minutes to tell my story and my part, but I've got only 10 slides, so I'll try to make sure that each slide at least takes a minute. Now, I would like to also just observe protocol by acknowledging in absentia the Vice Chancellor of the University of Zululand, as well as the DVCs and all managers in different levels and different spaces of the university, and particularly acknowledge the International Office for giving us an opportunity to meet in this platform and also organizing the event of this caliber. When I was presented with this opportunity to actually be part of this celebration and present, you know, the theme for this year was a bit, hectic for me to unpack. And I sat down, I tried my best to look at what then comes as relevance in terms of my expertise and looking at an easy lens to also tap into the understanding of the young people with what we are talking about when we talk about the achieving of the Agenda 2063, of course, intertwined with the Agenda 2030 and internationalization of higher education as well. And if you look at the navigation of the African perspectives in internationalizing higher education towards achieving the Africa we want, first question that I asked myself was to say, what is the Africa that we want? As young people, do we have an idea in terms of the Africa we want? And this is a question that I will just put it out there for us to think about. Now, the theme that I created for myself in terms of ensuring that I'm contextual in tapping into young people's minds and understanding of the celebration of this week is on empowering African students through global networks, bridging local needs for international opportunities to achieve the Agenda 2063. So briefly, when we talk about the Agenda 2063, we can note that it represents a very strategic framework for socio-economic transformation of the African continent, and it aims to accelerate the continent's development by focusing on sustainable growth, educational advancement, and economic resilience. So as young people, we need to, as I proceed with my presentation, we need to start positioning ourselves in terms of saying what then becomes our role in the attainment or the achievement of the Agenda 2063. So the vision of the agenda is rooted in the African Union's commitment to foster unity in Africa, peace and prosperity across the member states, which is all the African countries. And then some pointers that I came across, and I tried to be very brief in understanding these key aspirations of the framework of the Agenda 2063 is that it includes a prosperous Africa based on inclusive growth and sustainable development. Hence, I said it's intertwined with the Agenda 2030 on sustainable development goals. And also, it looks an integrated continent, politically united, that in Africa would like to be an integrated continent. We must be politically united, and also based on the ideas of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's renaissance. So look at all that the Pan-Africanism speaks to. That is also what informs the drive for the Agenda 2063, and also looking at an Africa of good governance, democracy, respect for human rights, justice, and the rule of law. So these are the key things that are important in our continent at the current age, where we want to achieve good governance in all parts of Africa, where we can have democracy in all parts of Africa. I think when we look at the news every day, there's a number of unsettling things happening in different parts of Africa, even here in South Africa as well. Sorry?
Sorry, slides are not moving. I'm not sure if you are presenting from the slide or we've been seeing one slide throughout.
Oh, my bad. And I'm still sharing the slide.
Yes.
So it's not moving.
No, we see a different one now, so I think you can continue.
Can I stop sharing and sharing quickly? Okay, let me reshare, hoping that it will move now.
I would suggest you just maybe continue with your talk, Ms. Mkhize. Speak from your heart.
Okay, no, I'll just, if I'm audible, you guys can just get the presentation. And then without any further ado, just continuing that. Also, what speaks from the vision in terms of the aspirations as well is that we want to have peace in Africa. We want an Africa that is peaceful and secured for all. And also an Africa. Sorry? Should I continue?
Yes, you can continue, but we would like you to please sum up.
Okay. Okay, in summing up, I think what then becomes important is for us to then say what is the role and significance in achieving these goals when we look at internationalization of higher education. And I think if you've listened at my bio as well, I have interest in this space because it informs my master's studies as well in terms of research. And when you look at the definitions of internationalization of higher education, it has been defined by many scholars, but that the one that is commonly used is the one by DeVette, where he says that it is an intentional integration of the international and intercultural aspects into our education, practices. So in South Africa, we look at that definition, and then now late off we're talking about comprehensive internationalization. So linking the aspirations of the Agenda 2063, the prospects of internationalization of higher education, and then going down to also looking at what are some of the importance of global networks for our students, the role of global networks and partnerships in achieving the Agenda 2063. And I particularly decided to also speak about our vision as the Central University of Technology, to say we have a part that speaks to the vision in terms of the student graduate attributes, where we talk about the fact that we want our students to be aware of sustainable development, community engagement. They should be engaged in their communities, entrepreneurship, innovation, and problem solving. And then also that which is very key in the discussion this day is also on the fact that we want our students to have citizenship and global leadership. So how do we as a university create platforms to ensuring that we create an opportunity for students to realize this? I, for one, has studied in Sweden in 2021, going to 2022, in an exchange program where I learned a lot of things. I have my own lived experiences that I presented now in the 26th annual International Association of South African AISA conference, where I was talking about my lived experiences in terms of where I was before I went to Sweden, the impact that came with that, and where I am now. So we want institutions of higher learning to not only speak about these aspirations in terms of policies and just theories, but there should be opportunities created for students to engage in, to ensure that we prepare them for the attainment of the Agenda 2063 and the Agenda 2030 as well, in terms of sustainable development goals. That was a hectic summing up, but I hope that I did justice. Thank you very much.
You sure did, Mr. Mpisa. Thank you so much. And you are very audible. And I think what I take from your presentation or your contribution mostly is the importance of peace and the advocacy of peace, because no individual and no nation can move forward without peace. So thank you so much. Now our last panelist, and one that I eagerly look forward to hearing from, is Mr. Tolo Khotso Cornelius Sibaya, who was born right here in Bangeni and spent his primary schooling in Durban, where he attended Open Hair School, which is a school for those who are differently abled. He later moved back to Mbangeni, where he enrolled at a mainstream school in Greatley College due to his ambitions of matriculating with physical sciences and information technology as two of his subject choices. He considered himself a business analyst by profession, having attained his Bachelor of Commerce in Management and Information Systems in 2024 here at the University of Zululand. He is currently pursuing his honors in economics at the University of Zululand, which he considered the university as his alma mater, with a research focus on the effects of trade liberalization on poverty and economic growth in South Africa. This area of focus was inspired by his interest in the African Continental Free Trade Area. He is a strong proponent of improving oneself to improve one's community, even in the face of adversity. If you may just come forward, Mr. Sibaya, we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nola. Good morning. Firstly, I would like to observe or protocol by greeting the executive in absentia and greet the International Office on the leadership of Prof. Lashia. Everyone who's organized this amazing and very thought-provoking event. I'd also just like to greet all of our esteemed guests in person and virtually, including our student leadership. So I guess we're saving the best for last. No. I'm not as experienced as the rest of the panel, so please do forgive me for any rudimentary views that I have, and I'm always open for correction. Just to set the tone before I answer the question that was set before us, that was set for us. Mr. Temple did say it's right for us to be activists and academics at the same time. You see here, when we're in a place of higher learning, we're all pursuing the truth. A very interesting analogy I learned about, or I heard during my studies this year, was that each of us as researchers, we're basically in a dark room and there's an elephant in the room, and we're all on different sides of the room. One person is, touching the leg, another's touching the trunk. So the one who's touching the leg will say, hey, there's a tree in this room. The one who's touching the trunk says, there's a sleeping snake in this room. So when we challenge the board systems that already exist, we are mitigating the problem of a monopoly being held on any philosophy. And as it stands right now, there is a monopoly on philosophy from the West, which is an issue. Now, it's good for us to challenge these systems, because if we can finally all come together and figure out that there's an elephant in the room, it does way better for everyone that we know that there's an elephant than for us to just assume, because now we have this monopoly on philosophy, that there's a tree. Because now we'll be going to fish rates, waiting for the leaves to fall, or there's an elephant in the room, which is an issue. As our first speaker had said, if you don't address things such as the historical evolution and systematic issues, there won't be any progress. So we can't shy away from this. So I am doing my honors this year. My research area is quite coincidentally on trade liberalization, which is when we trade with other nations. And this was brought about by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which, just to give a brief history and just get slightly into my research, was based on the Abuja Treaty, where the aim was to integrate all of the African economies. And what's great about this agreement is that we then do away with many agreements that already exist, then have one continental agreement, which then facilitates trade better and lowers costs. Because one issue that we have when it comes to global trade, or something called most favorable nation costs. So through this integration and having a broader agreement, we mitigate that. Now, in my research, there's a model that's usually used when I do econometric research. It's the gravity equation. For those who have done physics, know about gravity. I wasn't, as much as I did do physics, wasn't that great. But in this model, so we use different variables, and some of them are the size of the economies of the countries that are trading together, and then also the distance between them. So we see how much trade can be created through agreements. And with this model, there are control variables. The main control variables just to control for other things that affect trade creation. Some of them are institutional quality, and some of them, and one of them is language. And on the part of languages where I would like to answer the question that was posed to us as the panelists. What can my institution do in order to reach the goal of Agenda 2063? Now, language is very important because that's how we facilitate information sharing. And it's very important that we share information amongst one another and across borders. If you look at the Industrial Revolution, if you look at what's happening in Silicon Valley today, it's all through the ideas that are brought forward. And if we have these barriers in between us, how can we then bring improvements to the continent that we have? So language is very important. I would suggest and also promote an intervention that I heard through Prof. Mashia, which is when we have international students, we teach them the local language. And also, we also take initiative to learn the languages of those who are within our institutions. This is, of course, we are starting here at home for the sharing of information. And what I like about higher education, particularly I came across Socrates and the Socratic method, where Socratic method of discourse, where when we're debating, the aim is not for me or you to be right, but for us to get closer to the truth. I believe that we should embrace that as Africans, because as Africans we have a communal sense. Even when I greet you, in English I say good morning, I observe my surroundings. In Isizu I say someone, I see you as the person because I see you. And I do believe that if we could highlight Africa-centric studies that we have in our institution and invite undergraduates also as well to just hear what are people saying about these studies that are related to Africa. I was surprised to see there's a conference on the AfCFTA agreement, and there was also a study from the side of arts. And I would be so happy if we could open the space for undergraduate students also to be there. Maybe also share knowledge, because in the framework of the movement we have horizontal knowledge, and we also have horizontal and then we have vertical knowledge rather. We can always derive wisdom and knowledge from those who may not be as experienced. So opening those symposiums to discuss research topics. And finally, my last suggestion is, guys, as Mr. Shamas had said, guys, please can you check our notices on our emails? There are so many events on decolonization that's especially colonization in the higher education space that we miss. But I think we should also promote amongst our fellow students and not put responsibility upon us and not our institution only. We should understand these concepts so that we can actually go and enact them. So just to go back again and to answer the question and just summarize my answer is one, let's promote learning other languages in Africa so that we can share our ideas. Let's help those who come here to also learn the local language so they can be comfortable, Secondly, let's have these symposiums, not only for postgraduate students, but also undergraduate students. We all sit down and let's not look at research or any other topic as something complex. It's just a discussion. When we go to find the truth, let's just talk. Tell me that I'm wrong. And I'll also share what I know. And finally, guys, let's learn about decolonization. Let it not just be a word we go around just to look smart or to look like the militant person. Let's learn its true idea so that we can not only just talk about it, but live it. So that we can finally say that, hey, there's an elephant in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, thank you for that. And I think you remain an inspiration not only to me, but I think to everybody else in the room. And to say that humanity extends just beyond the physical, and that if you see greatness in yourself, then you can see greatness in others. And I think also what moved me about your bio is when you said he is a strong proponent of improving oneself. So improving yourself is a continuous journey that we strive to do every day. And in order to improve one's community, and you further say even in the face of adversity. And I think as students, we tend to look at adversity as a bad thing. And I'd like to say adversity is necessary sometimes, right? How do you know you're strong if you don't go through a lot? How do you gain resilience? How do you gain creativity? How do you gain all these necessary things if you don't go through tough times, right? That's how you see how strong you are. And I'd like to leave you with a quote of something that I read where it says, "Those who suffer more than necessary, suffer for the necessary." Food for thought, right? So we're opening up for a round of questions now, and we have been limited to 15 minutes. My program director is quite strict. So we'll take the first round of questions. My panelists online, I hope you can hear me. So we'll take one question each, I think, for our panelists. And then we'll give them an opportunity to respond. I know it could be restricting. But that's not what we've been told. Okay, so do we have a hand? Okay, is there a roaming mic? Yeah. So as we just answered, just have this question in mind, panelists as well as the floor. That the question in mind was, what role can be played by your organization in achieving the Africa that we want? Okay, I see a hand here. He was the first one. I see a hand here as well. These two hands will take you as well, and the last one there at the back. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Just say your name quickly and who you're addressing your question to.
Greetings everyone. Igama lami u-Awade Mkhize Sibongo. Mine is to answer a question that was posed by Mr. Lawrence Mkhize. But before I get to answering the questions, from my understanding and from what we've spoken about today, we've come to an understanding that Agenda 2063 seeks to promote building unity of Africa and eliminating colonialism and white supremacy in African continent. Now, we need to understand that institutions of higher learning are indeed a microsome of society, and what happens in institutions of higher learning will also ultimately happen in society as a whole. Now, eliminating colonialism should be tackled through, firstly, in institutions of higher learning by decolonizing the curriculum. Now, to repeat the question that Mr. Lawrence Mkhize asked, he asked us, do we have Africa that we want? Now, to answer the question, as young people, we are very clear on what we want, and we do have a set plan of the type of Africa that we want. Now, the Africa that we want is an Africa that is free from colonialism. It's an Africa that promotes African culture. It's an Africa that is free to racism. It is an Africa that is peaceful and secure for Africans, an Africa that has access to quality healthcare and better education, an Africa that has free quality decolonized education system, an Africa that promotes social change for the benefits of all young people and the working class, an Africa that is free from private property and social classes, an Africa free from the capitalist and imperial system, an Africa that promotes trade through local currencies, and an Africa that belongs to African people. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Thank you. I think that was a well-received comment, quite clear. And yeah, food for thought. We'll move on to you. And you've been advised to just please keep it brief. Try to stick to a minute. Thank you.
Okay, my question, or a comment, is directed to, I know you hate Mlaud to be called this, but it's Dr. Mlaud, the PhD doctor, Mlaud. It's not a question per se, it's a rhetorical question.
because now, firstly, I would like to say I'm proud about my university. First time that I'm proud that the ranking of my university, because now we don't compete to become a Euro-centric university, where we are and we have started to find a way forward to be a node for African thought. I think I would like to thank the management and the VC for taking us to that part of being a node for African thought, not try to compete to be how high are we or how Eurocentric are we, but try to embody African epistemologies as a legitimate knowledge for our problem that we face as Africans, so that we are able to solve our own solution using our own ways of thinking. Secondly, I think the question of what Africa do we want? I would like to differ with the later speaker because we don't know what Africa do we want. All of us here, maybe the first time to hear about the Agenda 2063 or what it entails. If we're not familiarizing ourselves, what kind of Africa do we want? We're not going to achieve Africa that we want. Because now, if you look at Africa, we are busy fighting one another. If you can go to Twitter, you can go to TikTok, you'll find South African battling with Nigerians. Is that Africa we want? You will find today Ethiopia is battling with Somalia. Is that Africa we want? Because if we are aware of Africa we want, we'll be able to even conduct ourselves in trying to achieve this Africa we want. Senvala, I think one of the problems, Dr. Mlaud, to say, how can we solve the issue, the challenge of us in university, the challenge of funding? Because now, in order for us to produce this knowledge to decolonize, we cannot decolonize when we don't have an alternative knowledge. The Eurocentric knowledge that is existing, there are no African epistemologies that are in place and are not funded. If we do, they are very limited sponsors that are sponsoring our postgraduate that they can produce this knowledge. But go to Kwezini now, you'll find that USA is funding these researchers. Akona. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the contribution. And I think your question was quite clear and quite beautiful. And I think he's captured it. Yes, you can go next. But I just want to say, I think you guys are basically saying the same thing, literally. You know, we can have a different content, you can have a conversation of ideas, but I think you guys are saying the same thing, just saying it differently. Yes, you can go.
Thank you. Kamala Mukosnatis was born on the 11th of September 2005.
Ala.
I want to say, of late I've fallen in love with the international politics. And I do not know where it does emanate from, but I think it's growing up and understanding the reality that if we were to change anything in this world, the integration of all sectors of society will be meaningful and will be important. And I truly believe that in order for us to bring about transformation in South Africa and in the entire continent, as well as in the globe, young people will surely be at the center of transformation. One thing that we need to commend in this institution is to say, you have taken a bold step to call yourself a node of African thought. But the major question that should be asked, are you prepared to become an enemy to the European thoughts? Because one of the critical things that we need to talk about, academia is skewed into a sense that the ideas that are African find it hard to express themselves in an academic space. You bring a topic into a professor or a doctor that's going to be your supervisor, says this topic is not something that I'm going to supervise you on. Go back and change to make it reflect the research interest that I would want to pursue. Now, is it my research or your research as a supervisor? Because we do have ideas, but now the problem is these ideas not being finding expression. Okay.
I get your question. I think also it's quite an important one, but before it loses meaning, maybe can we just ask another Were you addressing a question to a specific speaker for our panelists?
Can I say something before I sit down? I will sit down.
Okay.
It's me sitting down. The challenge with Africans in particular, and us being able to find solution, is that we are always called in conference, but all the time we are told that time is not enough. That's why ideas are not being said, and you are unable to engage with them. Right now, we are told that we have an entire day of students in this university, but we are being deprived that mere day to discuss this issue. Can you allow us? We are not rushing anywhere as students. Can you allow us to engage in this topic? Thank you. Now, let's move to the next phase of our transformational agenda. That things that we are taught in classes and the sustainability is only viewed in the eye of the Europeans. But if we were to ignite the ideas, I'll challenge each and every one of you to go through and read through the email that was written by Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma when you are still president of the African Union. He says it's an email from the future. He writes it as if he's writing it in 2063, writing to Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He wrote it in 2014. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Your comment is well received, and I agree with you. But we also have to respect certain level of protocol here, and unfortunately, but I do get to this lunchtime that we can engage our panelists. Right? Stay open. There was a question at the back. The lady. Yeah, let's hear from a lady. We haven't heard from a lady. I'd like to hear from a lady. Let's go. Yes?
Good day. My name is Arafa Hassan.
Can you please stand if you don't mind? Thank you.
Good day. My name is Arafa Hassan. I am an international student from Tanzania. So, and also I'm a Muslim. So my question is to anybody.
Sorry, the mic is off.
What has University of Zululand done to cater to different religious backgrounds? Like people who come from different religious backgrounds, like as I'm a Muslim. What have you all done to include me as like making me feel comfortable in University of Zululand?
Thank you for that question, and I think it's well received. I'm not sure who will be able to answer this one, Prof. Mashia or Mr. Mdleje, because it seems to be coming through actually your office would be the most relevant to answer this question, which is it's very important, and I agree with you, and I co-ask with you. So for this first round of questions, I think I'll allow my panelists to engage. I think the 3 questions that I got, the first one is, how can we challenge the issue of funding? The second one that I got is, are you prepared to be an enemy to certain thought? And the third one was a question in relation to how the University of Zululand is accommodating all religious beliefs. Thank you so much. Are you starting?
Oh, okay. No, quickly. The reason I said we must grapple with the nature of power relations is simply because, and I think my brother over here would agree, we shouldn't be complaining about a question of funding when we have so much money in this country. Anyone who tells you that you don't have money is lying. And I will make a practical example. You have big companies who are making money in South Africa and making profit and taking it out of the country to resolve problems of Europe and North America. You have companies at the Johannesburg Stock Exchange with trillions of rands who refuse to invest it in education, health, and other things. So you have money in this country. Johannesburg Stock Exchange, companies that are listed there, have so much money. The only thing we need
and I will say it without any fear. We need proper political leadership to be able to tell private capital that we have got national development priorities. You can't compromise us. But once you have political leaders who are cowards, who are not going to be able to say funds must be unlocked to fund social and economic services, then you are not going to do anything. You are going to complain about funding. So we have money. Someone say we don't have money is lying. We do have money. We just need political balls from our leadership, so to say. The other thing which I want to address is that, but by the way, if you check the amount of money that goes to universities and you remove the student fee component, you will still have money. At some point, we were at UNISA. The then Vice Chancellor Makanya told us about something. He said, at UNISA, you can be able to go for 23 years without students paying. That type, yeah. So the thing of which we don't have money, we will discuss it. We will discuss it some other time. Where does it come from? Because it comes from a very dangerous economic doctrine that is based on the scarcity model. That resources are scarce. Therefore, once you say resources are scarce, everyone is anxious. Where are the little resources that we have are going to? We'll discuss it. Everyone who has sought to change society has always been the enemy of the system. Go back to history. In universities, people who challenged the dominant canon were either expelled, denied tenure. A lot of things happened to them. So it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be a walk in the park because universities are part of the power structure. They have to play a particular role to maintain, justify, and glorify the dominant power relations. So it goes without saying that when you challenge the way things are, you will be persecuted, your credentials will be questioned. It's even worse when you are a Black woman. This is the reality. Lastly, we have given politicians too much power. That is why we are always complaining. Because we believe that there is a Messiah who's going to come from somewhere and deliver us from bondage. Here, you have people who are qualified, who work in municipalities somewhere, but they are instructed by politicians who don't even understand what a balance sheet is. That's how it happens. So we have given politicians so much power to a point where our agency, intellectually and otherwise, is taken for granted. Solution. Young people must stop being part of the battles of the political elite. We must stop begging people. We are not stepchildren in this world. We equally have a right to live in this world. And we equally have a right to access any other resource that will sustain our lives. So that is the long and short to the answers that were posed to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think this question, Mr. Mkiza, if you're still online, I think this question was posed to you, and I think you'd also be well enough to answer it. Are you prepared to be an enemy to your Eurocentric thought? Is it still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, thank you. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. And just exactly when it was asked, then I'm like to myself, what a controversial one. I know where it comes from and where we are all standing at this point as young African students. We know exactly that which we are battling with every day in terms of colonization issues and what informs our practices in institutions of higher learning as well, or generally in Africa. And really, it is a contested space. It is a contested ideology as well in terms of how do we move to the Africa we want, with being conscious of the fact that we are going to be stepping on, people there. So I think what then I'll say really to avoid being controversial myself is to say we need to create platforms for conversations as young people to start, liberating our minds in terms of the thinking and decolonizing our thinking before we can decolonize any other thing, or before we can start doing a lot of work on the achievement and attainment of the Agenda 2063. So decoloniality in terms of our minds is what we need. So let's create more platforms where we can create a festivity of discussions. You know, we talk and we teach each other. As the other speaker said on the ground, that many people are even for sure hearing about the agenda for the first time today. So then it's a call for us to start creating more platforms where we engage, such that we are well equipped, because definitely it will not be an easy one. So we need to be well equipped and educate each other. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer. And I think also, just to add on your answer, I think we should really start to question what is controversial. What does controversial mean? Because I find that in most instances, we tend to label the truth as confidential. So sometimes we refrain from speaking the truth because we're scared of controversy. So yeah, I'm not sure if any of our panelists, or would you like to add to any of the questions posed before the next round? Okay. Yeah, I think let's open up to the next round of questions now. Oh, there's one more question. What? Oh, yes, Ms. Mdletshe, that important question. Thank you.
I want to respond to the question that has been asked regarding the religion here at the University of Zululand. I want to say South Africa is a secular state, and we all know that we do not subscribe to any religion when there are such events, and us as an institution. So higher education embraces all religions, and we respect our constitution, because that is contained also in the Constitution of South Africa. And as an institution, we also submit to that. Coming to the Internationalization Office. As an office, we know our space, that we deal with people from all walks of life with different religions. So we respect that, and we try as much as possible to be neutral and not to be biased in terms of religion. I spoke yesterday about our concept on internationalization, which was approved by the Council in October 2022, where we talk about an internationalization, the international office, and the philosophical principles that underpin the office. And inclusivity is one of those principles. So we have the document, and we will talk to the registrar so that it's put in the internet, or whoever is responsible for those archives, so that you all get to see what we believe in as the international office. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for that answer. And I think, the Internationalization Office is always open to such, dialogue, and we've got Abu Muslim Tembu here representing students. So these much needed conversations can then, continue outside of this room today. And so we'll just go into our second round of questions from the floor. And can you please get your new hands, okay? So if you haven't asked a question before, can we please just get new hands? Also, we understand the issue of time, which I agree with you, but for this purpose for today, can we just try to stick to a minute, okay? So 1, 2, why am I not seeing any ladies? Like, guys, no. What is the woman class here now? Come on, let's hear some ladies' voices as well. Like, okay, there's a lady I'm seeing, yes, with the blue duke, 3, and then behind you, the gentleman there in a strobo. Okay, so let's start here. Sir with the green jacket, and then with the way at the back, then our lady here, and then the gentleman behind her. Okay, you can go. Just your name and who you're addressing your question to.
Thanks. I'm Excellent Kumalo, a student in this institution who also acts as the branch secretary of the Young Communities of South Africa. Malum, first, we are proud to have you in this gathering. It was Comrade Thabo Mbeki who said, when we speak of an Africa that we want, we need to also correctly categorize who do we want to lead that Africa. The issue of leadership is questionable. Now, coming back in our institution, I'm failing to understand the reality of us saying that we want to go at an African way. In a sense that here in this room, you might find that we have at least 30 students who day in, day out, go in bed at night as well. How as a institution do we really address that mess? Also, Malum, understanding what is happening in Africa. What are we going to do with those political leaders who serve themselves as abantu that are progressive in nature, but then you give them power, they go astray, but in the Bible, Europe. What as do we really do? Yeah, boy.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We've captured your question. We've captured the question. Okay, next one.
There are words that keep echoing in my mind when I'm sitting in settings like this. They say lack of dedication is an insult to those who believe in you, and they compel me to speak in such a setting. So my name is Jason Pika. We've been having the conversation of how learning has been conducted in the same fashion for more than a decade now. It has been visionized as to what we would like to see change and when is the acting taking place? That's the question I have. Because I can see that in this room we have a lot of potential, but I don't know if it's learned helplessness that is taking advantage of our brilliant yet not recognized intelligence.
Okay, thank you. Can we have the last question, please? Can the lady be the last one? We have a time issue. Yes, can you? Yeah, we have other presentations after this dialogue. You know, have we had the dialogue later? Maybe that would have been. Yes, your question, Siti.
Sanibona, igama uNobile Mthalana. I think my question will be very short. I'd like to ask Uguti, what does South Africa or per se Africa stand to benefit from BRICS or SABIA?
Okay, thank you, Clea. What does South Africa have to benefit from BRICS or SABIA? We will continue over right time, but I'll just give my panelists. I think maybe we can start with Mr. Baker. If you are still here, your audibility was a bit problematic earlier, but if you can just try again to answer. Did you capture the questions before I go to Ms. Dr. I don't think he's hearing us. I think we can start. Would you like to start?
Can you hear me now? Okay, sorry.
Okay. Right. I would just like to answer the last question. What does South Africa and Africa stand to gain by being part of BRICS? Of course, I just know BRICS. So as African countries, where we are at today, or if you just look at South Africa, look at our trading profile. We export a lot of raw materials and we import value-added goods. And even though we're providing the world with all these valuable resources, we are at a bit of a deficit. So that makes sense that I come to your house and I ask for bologna and cheese, and then now you owe me money because I'm selling you a sandwich. So when we are part of the BRICS nations, China being part of those nations, we are then exposed to frameworks such as industrialization can help us actually take these important resources and actually gain more money from value-added exports. Above and beyond that, if you look at the populations of not only Africa but also the BRICS nations, that's the majority of the global consumer base, and that gives us leverage. There's many of us who can negotiate, we then gain power. And a lot of you guys are also knowledgeable about this, but the fact that the US dollar has been the global trading currency is also now at risk. So being part of these nations which challenge the inequalities, global inequalities of the past, is where we situate ourselves as South Africa. And that can also benefit Africa, which the countries have a similar profile to South Africa. I hope that's a sufficient answer.
Thank you. I think because we pressed for time and there's still presentations after this discussion, I'll just allow Dr. to close the session by answering and closing for us.
Thank you very much. I think the question around leadership, you know, in the Bible, there's a story of someone who was sent somewhere, and they went to where? Nineveh, what? Somewhere. Yes. Talashaj. Yes. So it's a case of our political leaders. You give them mandate to do certain things, they do otherwise. I don't know what power does to human beings. You know, you share drink or pop with someone, they assume power. Once they are in power, they become a monster. Someone you easily access in your community, you have to write a long email requesting a meeting. You know, so in short, what I'm trying to say is that we must stop relying on political messiahs and assume political responsibility. The reason we are here, you know, doing all these causes should not lead us to a point where it becomes useless for us to go to school because we eventually outsource our thinking to some people who do not have our best interest. Let's take responsibility. There's no Messiah who's going to come from anywhere to liberate us. We are on our own. The second question is around action. Someone posed a question to say, we discuss, what must happen? The university space is constraining because some of the things that we might suggest would come out as, you know, quite unpalatable. But let me say this. You can't challenge a system of oppression by only creating knowledges. You also have to create knowledges that must help you to create alternative institutions. In some spaces, what could be referred to as liberated zones. So that is what we need. The system does not want us. We can't force ourselves into it because it doesn't want us. Lastly, the reason on that point of the dollar and how we are going to benefit from BRICS is that the reason the dollar is so dominant is because of US imperialism. Let it say it without any, you know, fear. The reason why the pound was dominant, it was because of British imperialism, British colonialism, you know. So what we need to understand is that in as much as we may be studying accounting or horticulture or any other course in education, you must understand the nature of power relations. If you fail to understand the nature of power relations, you are not going to go anywhere. Understand that I study accounting. Accounting finds expression within a particular nature of power relations. I study education. Education finds expression within a certain nature of power relations. I study geology. It finds expression within a certain nature of power relations. So that is what we must do to for us to progress. And BRICS, by the way, represents an alternative power block from the dominance of the dollar, from the dominance of the pound. Only if our leaders in all these BRICS countries are going to have the courage to bring about a new world that is going to benefit Africa and the entire global south. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for, and I will hand over to the program director. I will see you tomorrow where I will be directing the program for tomorrow. Thank you.
A big round of applause for Ms. Mabalega. Thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to apologize to our other colleagues that are presenting for presenting late. I think that maybe next time we'll consider having a questions or Q&A session towards the closing, before the closing of the program. Because remember, we also have to respect other people's time and schedule. So my colleagues from the Arabic nation, Muslims in particular would greet you as Assalamu alaikum. With that being said, I'd like to call on the podium Miss S. Knowles from Fulbright Scholarships.
Yeah, but for the next time,
Nice and good.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I must show your presentation. Well, because of time. Yeah. Who's touching this thing together with me?
Oh, there it is, Fulbright overview, yeah.
Here isn't the very thing. Yeah. With this one. Start from the beginning.
Yeah, that's the one.
So we'll just move it along, okay?
Sanibonani. A huge thank you to UniZulu for having me here today to speak with you about the Fulbright Scholarship. I'm just curious, can I ask how many of you are or first of all, are students? Are we all students here? Or let me ask it the other way. How many faculty members do we have here? It'll give me an idea of what to focus on in our talk. One faculty member. Okay, and how the rest, I'm assuming, are all students. And what year are you? How many are undergraduate students? So your first, second, third year? Okay. How many postgrad students do we have? Okay, so a good number as well. Great. Well, thank you. What I'm going to be speaking about today is the Fulbright the Fulbright program overall. And Fulbright, sorry, I'm just having trouble changing the slide. There we go. Thank you. Fulbright is actually an umbrella program for a number of exchange programs. So we have the Fulbright Student Program. We have the Foreign Language Teaching Assistant Program. We have the Fulbright Research Scholar Program for faculty members. And then we have Fulbright programs for US students and faculty coming to South Africa and other countries. So Fulbright goes both ways. It's for students and scholars who want to go to the United States and scholars and students who want to come to South Africa and other countries. I'm going to focus today on the student programs and a little bit maybe on the scholar program. The first thing I want to say is we do have alumni from University of Zululand who have been recently on our programs. So I want to encourage you all to realize this isn't pie in the sky. These exchanges happen, and we would love to have you apply and to be able to travel, experience the world. And also, one of the wonderful things about these exchange programs is that when you go to the US or other countries, it's not just about you going and experiencing those countries and people, it's about you exposing them to South Africa and to your culture and your language and your life and your views on things so that together we can begin to solve problems and learn more about each other and respect one another. Fulbright, actually, a little bit of history. Does anyone want to guess when the Fulbright exchange program started? How many years ago? Just shout out a number. 7? 7? Did I hear that right? Okay, it was actually it was a long time ago. Not as long for me as for you, but it started just after World War II. Yeah, long time ago, the late 1940s. But one of the things I love about the Fulbright program is that it was not started by politicians. It was started by people. It was a grassroots movement.
And how it started is there had been a person from the state of Arkansas in the US who had worked for the ambulance corps in Europe during World War II. So in other words, he was on the field being shot at, taking bodies, trying to save lives. And when he returned home, he said, never again. I don't want that to happen ever again. And he started meeting with his neighbors and his friends, and he recruited his family, and they started an effort from the grassroots to say, you know what? Maybe if we start visiting one another, if we start seeing each other's cultural programs and learning one another's languages, we will learn to respect each other and to stop fighting. And so they eventually got enough support that they went to a US senator, Senator Fulbright, and they said, you need to take this to the United States Congress and you need to have passed into law that the United States taxpayers will fund exchange programs so that we can go and experience the world and the world can come and visit us here in the United States. And I just think that is the most beautiful background to the Fulbright program. And so it's one of the reasons I'm really happy to share it with you today. Some of the alum that I mentioned that have been very recent, Dr. Evelyn Mataroba from microbiology. Do any of you know Dr. Mataroba? Hi, I see hands. Yes, yeah. She went last year to the Broad Institute in Massachusetts, which is an institute that was formed out of collaboration between MIT and Harvard University. And she did research there for 4 months and is now back at UniZulu. We have Dr. Derek Fish from the UniZulu Science Center, who went also on the Fulbright Scholars Program to go collaborate with the couple who really were the mother and father of science centers worldwide, the whole idea of science centers and being made available to the public. And he spent time there with them. Then we had Yana Lisa, who went on our study of US institutes, and that program was for young student leaders, and he went over for a period of about 6 weeks and met with other student leaders from Africa, from around the world, from the United States, and experienced that. And then we had just this past May, Piwo Kwabe returned from the United States, where she was a foreign language teaching assistant. And would anyone like to guess what language she was teaching while in the US? Sorry? isiZulu, yes, yeah. There are over 15 US universities that offer isiZulu as a language of instruction. And she went on that program to help teach isiZulu. And so again, it's not just you going to America, but it's representing South Africa and teaching the US about South Africa. Oh, I went too far, sorry. How do I go back? There we are, okay. So for the Fulbright Student and Scholar Program, there are some general guidelines about who is eligible and how you are eligible. So first of all, there's an online application. Everything is submitted online. Your documents are uploaded online. If you are a student, you will need to write a research objective explaining what it is you want to study in the United States or to research. If you're a faculty member, you would talk also about the research you want to do in the US. Students also do a second essay, which is called a personal statement. And that's just telling us who you are, where you are, why you think it is going to help you achieve your goals if you go and study or do research in the US. And then we ask for a copy of your CV. We do look at your educational qualifications, meaning your transcripts and what you have studied. Fulbright is a post-grad program, but I want to encourage undergraduates here that don't think, oh, okay, I can just not listen then, it's for post-grads. Before you know it, you may be a post-grad. And so it's good to prepare even now to strengthen your application and your goals, that if you want to go on an exchange program like Fulbright, you begin to get ready now. And so we look at grades, but I want to say we're not looking for the straight A students. Well, we are, but not just straight A students. We're looking just for strong students, competent students who know what their goals are and how going to the US might help them achieve those goals. We're looking for students who show leadership, who are potentially leaders within their field of study. And we also look for strong English language skills because the primary language of instruction is going to be English. We also will ask for letters of reference. So it's good even as undergraduates to start to get to know some faculty members who maybe can help mentor you, who hopefully will like you and will be willing and able to write strong letters of reference for you. We also need you to be a South African citizen or a permanent resident. International students who are coming from other countries would need to see if the Fulbright program is offered in their country, at home, in their home country, and they can apply there. The Fulbright Scholarship covers your airfare, your visa fees, your room and board. If you are taking classes, it covers your tuition. If you are a scholar, it also covers the air travel for one dependent, and it also covers accident and health insurance. So basically what that means is this is a fully funded scholarship. And then I mentioned about how Fulbright brings US students to South Africa. If anyone here is interested in the Scholar Program, you're welcome to follow up with me. My colleague, Tulo Noble, is the gentleman who oversees that program for KZN, and he would be your ultimate point of contact. And for the student programs, I'm the point of contact. So I'm going to go ahead and end with that. And just thank you again. I don't know if there's time to take any questions, if there's a burning question. 2 questions? I did such a good job, there just aren't any questions. Thank you. Thanks very much. Have a great afternoon. Oh, there is, sorry. Apologies.
So greetings everybody. So I only have 3 questions. One, I just wanted to ask if which type of studies maybe do you guys fund, or maybe everything that is in the US you guys fund? That is my first one. My second one is that do you have to initially apply to the USA, or you guys also cover everything, right? And then I think the last one was covered is the average, maybe 65% is good, or maybe 70%.
Great, those are really good questions. Thank you. Thank you. As far as the aggregate, we actually don't have a set aggregate. 70% would be great. 65 is also okay. When you start getting 60 and below, that might become problematic. But we don't really have a cutoff. We look at the entire application. So that kind of gives a guideline as far as that. As far as what areas of study you can pursue, Fulbright actually does allow for any field of study. But I will say that for South Africa, our diplomatic mission is encouraging studies in STEM because that is a priority for South Africa at the moment. But having said that, it's not limited to STEM. If we have a really strong application in the social sciences or another field, we certainly consider that as well. And the second question, the middle question. Oh, thank you. Is it only for the US? So Fulbright is only for the US. Yes, yeah, it is. And it is only at the post-grad level. Just to mention, there are almost 4,000 accredited universities in the US. So there are many, many options. And some of you, I believe, have met some people from the US. I know the international office is working on, has worked on various programs with US universities. So that might be a good place to start as far as which universities you might want to go to. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Susan. Also, I would like to correct that there are colleagues from different faculties that I think they didn't understand what you mean by faculty representative. The colleagues are here and they are represented from the different faculties. We have education, humanities and social science. We have faculty of engineering. We have FACOL as well, which is commerce. It's what? FCOL. It's public administration, law. It's law, administration, and commerce. Yeah, so they are here.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I just want to say to those faculty members, please feel free to reach out to me or to the international office about the scholar program. We'd love to have more scholars from New Zealand and students.
Thank you. So we're going to have Ms. Carbonell from Campus France.
Or share the paper, or you can. I think they should avoid them. Depends on the upgrade. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So must I open your presentation?
Let me keep it short.
Okay, slideshow.
Yeah.
Hey, why is it jumping? It's like someone is controlling you.
But do you have two screens?
Hmm?
You can just click this one.
Is it there?
Yeah. Well, no, it's not that screen, is it?
Someone is controlling this. Yeah.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Je m'appelle Marine Carbonell. Je suis ravie d'être ici pour présenter la bourse France-Afrique du Sud. Wait, who here speaks French? Oh, there's like two people. Okay, in that case, I'll just continue in English rather. No, I'm kidding. I did prepare in English. Because firstly, I don't know if somebody else has screen control, if I can change the slides. There we go. You don't need to speak French to go study in France. You can study in English fully. And then just firstly, I'm going to try and keep the presentation brief. I'm here specifically today to present the France-South Africa Scholarship. So I'll just quickly touch on some requirements. No French required. If you're a South African citizen, you can apply. It is a postgraduate scholarship, so you can apply if you are either done with the undergraduate degree or if you're on your final year of your undergraduate, you can also apply. And then lastly, it is open to citizens of South Africa, Lesotho, and Malawi. Okay, then just quickly, this is me in 2018 when I went to go study in France. It was not part of my plan to go study abroad. I did not know it would be possible to study abroad, but my university shared an ad with the bursary on our student portal. And at first I was like, it's not worth applying. I'm probably not going to get it. But then I applied. And all I can say to you is if you do not apply, you're definitely not going to get a scholarship opportunity. Okay, but then what's also important is I represent Campus France. Campus France is not a university or one campus in France. We are the French agency based at the French Embassy in Pretoria to help students from South Africa to go study in France at any higher education institution in France. So what I do want you to remember today specifically is my email address or our WhatsApp. Reach out to us to help you find programs, to help you find universities, to give you advice on where to start, how to apply for the scholarship. You'll also find on our website where you can apply for the universities and the scholarships.
but reach out to us for any advice, tips on student life in France. All right, then I just quickly want to speak on our scholarship timeline. Our scholarship applications are open right now and it closes on the 14th of October. So if you want to apply for the scholarship, apply before the 14th of October. You do not need to be accepted into a French university yet to apply for the scholarship. You first apply for the scholarship, then to university, and this would be to go study or to start your studies in September of 2025. Okay, again, I'm going to skip through all this now because you're going to get information overload, but there's a lot of programs available in English. We can help you find them. So most important today is remember who to contact. That is us. If you want to know how to go about this. I'm also here today. We have a scholarship website with all the information you would want to need. But I know a lot of you don't like reading through all of it, so then you just give up or you listen to the presentations, but also not really. But all the information is there. However, I am here today. So if you are interested, come ask me questions, then you can skip the reading. But I also very much do encourage the reading of the website. This is also the website where you would apply. And then I just want to finish with a quote from one of my alumni. She said, "You will get comfortable speaking French, living abroad, surviving the metro, etc., but it will be uncomfortable getting there." And this may not seem particularly inspiring, but as cliche as it sounds, I do believe that growth happens outside of your comfort zone, and it's always worth it. So take the opportunity, be a part of the 1% of South African students who actually go study abroad. And take the chance to represent your country, to represent South Africa, share it, share your culture, your ideas and your perspective, and then also to bring back skills and knowledge to help build a stronger South Africa. All right, contact details. If you want to reach out to us, I'm here after, so please come ask questions then. Thank you.
Mercy. Thank you. So we're going to have a representative from SANOD, Ms. Nicole Umuzewa. She is online. Are you still here? Can you connect?
Yes, I'm here.
Please take the podium.
Can you hear me?
Slides you can share with us?
Yes, my presentation, I'll put it up.
Okay, thank you. And colleagues, please bear with us. We're almost at the end, and our political issues of the stomach are going to be addressed. I promise you, and you're going to enjoy. So, yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity.
Slide mode.
Colleague, please. Colleagues online, please mute. Please mute yourselves. Sorry about that.
All right, no problem. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nicole Mungizero, and I work for the SANOD Central Office. SANOD is the Southern Africa Nordic Center, which is based at UWC. And today I want to give you an overview of what opportunities SANOD has for SANOD member institution, staff, and student alike. So just a bit of information on how SANOD came about. SANOD was formed in 2006 by 7 universities. That includes UWC. It was one of them, and it's a non-profit organization that's member-driven. SANOD's mandate is to close the gap between the Southern Africa and Nordic region in terms of research collaboration, scholarly engagement in a manner that's reciprocal. So I'll just skip that one. So SANOD is, as I said, it's a member-driven organization, and the membership that's received goes towards supporting the activities of SANOD, which benefits the SANOD member institution. When SANOD started, it was only a 7-member institution. Currently, we have 55 members. We have 22 members from the Nordic regions that you're Iceland, Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark. And we have 3 members from the Southern African region. So far, our Southern African region, it's only from South Africa, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi, Mozambique, Botswana, and Swaziland. Yeah, other countries haven't joined yet, so we're encouraging membership from that side as well. And a few of SANOD activities that are beneficial to SANOD member institution, either student or staff. We have webinars that are organized by SANOD member institutions. These we have about 5 per year, and institution come together and present on their fields of interest. And that's open to all members, and it's also open to the public. The other event, a big event, is the SANOD conference, which rotates between the Nordics and the Southern African region. So last year, our conference was in Norway at the University of Inland. And this year, the conference will be at UWC. It's from the 4th December to the 6th of December this year. Call for abstract is closed, but registration will open soon, and it's open to all members and non-members. And we are specifically looking at student. This year, we want to focus on students, and there's some form of support for students from the Southern African region. We also have a very interesting 3-minute thesis competition, which takes place during the conference. University have already submitted their candidates. They will be reviewed, and then 2 winning presentation from one from the Southern African region and another one from the Nordic region will be invited to compete at the conference in December. We have special interest group. This is where people of similar interest comes together and do workshops, symposiums, meetings to discuss common interest. We got about 7 of special interest group. And then excitingly, we have SANOD scholarship. It's the Brian O'Connor. It's in honor of Brian O'Connor, who's a former rector. May his soul rest in peace. He passed away a few weeks ago. The scholarship honors his contribution to the SANOD network. He was one of the founding members. So this scholarship is for master's students who are enrolled at any SANOD member institution in the Southern African region. And application will open in April. They just closed now on the 6th of September. And yeah, so this picture here, right here, it's one of the former student recipient of the Brian O'Connor student who spent some time at Karlstad University in Sweden. And right here is one of our students who's a current recipient of last year's Brian O'Connor scholarship in Norway. The scholarship, so you need to be registered for your master's degree at a Southern African institution that's a SANOD member. And then the requirement is that you spend about 3 to 6 months at a SANOD Nordic member institution. And this time you need to use it to work towards the completion of your dissertation and research. So, preference is given to a student whose thesis aligned with SANOD strategy and sustainable development goals. I think I've spoken to that. And the funding is 100,000 rands per applicant, and it covers return economy class air ticket, accommodation, a living allowance, and a travel insurance. Yeah, so the purpose of this whole Brian O'Connor Scholarship is to expose students to different systems of teaching, different systems of education, intercultural exchanges, give them opportunity to network and meet scholars from who's got different perspective or from other perspectives. Yeah, and to network and find future job opportunities. This is picture of one of the current student in Norway as well, who's on the scholarship. So as I mentioned, we have a SANOT annual conference, which takes place between the two regions. It rotates. So last year it was in Norway, in the Nordic region. This year it's here in South Africa at UWC. So the conference will be from the 4th of December to the 6th of December. And these are some snippets from last year's conference in Norway. So with the conference, we have some support funding for Southern African member institutions, but preferably student, but staff can also apply. And we support students with the registration fee and accommodation fee for those who will be coming from other provinces or other countries. So once the outcome of abstract submission has been given, then we will open application for the CDS. The 3-minute thesis, that's also the final competition will be at the conference where the two winners from the Southern Africa and Nordic region will compete for a final winner. And the prize is the student was fully sponsored to attend the next SANOT conference. So that means your flight will be covered, your registration fees, your accommodation will be covered by SANOT. The special interest group I spoke about, the special interest groups that we have, we've got about 7 of them. And these different member institutions that come together to work on a topic of the common interest. So we preferably both Southern Nordic members and the Nordic members and Southern Africa, because we encourage collaboration between the two regions. That's the whole purpose of the network, is to encourage scholarly engagement between the two regions to find solutions to common global issues that are currently pressing. And yeah, so this is Mr. Umesh Bauer, he's our director, and Kelly and myself work alongside him at the SANOT Central Office. If you need any information, you're welcome to reach out. This is our contact details. You can drop us email, you can give us a call, whichever way. All this information will be on the website. You can find it on our website. And yeah, we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nicole. I think it was clear. I think we'll go to Ms. T. Lamini, our consulate from India, representing India. Are you online? Madlamin, can you connect, please?
Yes, I can connect.
Okay, thank you. We only left with one more. This is critical for your funding as postgraduate. We are almost there, guys.
Able to share screen.
Can you share your screen, please?
Just give me a moment. I'll share my screen just now.
Okay, and if you can just summarize in terms of the criteria and the process for applying funding. Thank you.
If you're able to share, let's be honest, probably now, so yeah. Use.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can. Please summarize for us. We apologize for this inconvenience.
No, it's not a problem. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Thobeka Dlamini, and I will be doing the presentation for the scholarships that are advertised by the Consulate General of India in Durban. So with these scholarships, what we do is we have the Maitri India Africa Scholarship Scheme, and we also have the Lata Mangeshkar Dance and Music Scholarship. So basically what these scholarships offer is that we offer you studies for undergraduate studies, and we also offer you postgraduate studies along with the PhD courses, which are done in India. So basically we offer you airfare, visa fees, hostel facilities, and a stipend, which is provided by the government of India. So when doing the applications, we have a portal that you can be able to access the application. And just give me a moment. So on this portal, it's called the A2A Scholarship Portal, ICCR. So from there, you choose the college of your preference, which is based in India. You upload all your copies of all your academic qualifications and your transcripts if you are doing a postgrad or PhD program. You upload a certificate of physical fitness, which is in the prescribed form on the portal itself. After that, you write an essay of about 500 words, English, and your application should be completed after that. So in order for the students to qualify for these scholarships, you need to be between the ages of 18 and 40 for undergraduate and postgraduate programs, and age not more than 50 years for you to be able to do your PhD programs. You need to have a good command over the English language, have a valid matric certificate and plus transcripts and degrees if you're going to be doing postgrad or your PhD from South Africa. And you also need to have a valid passport with the duration of study plus your visa, which we as the mission take care of before you travel aboard. So these are just some of the students that we sent last week to go study in India. Most of them are doing their undergraduate studies. And then we have like 3 or 4 who are doing their master's degree from their undergraduate studies as well. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take any questions that may come through.
Are there any questions? Thank you so much, Hakamini. And then now we are going to have our last speaker, Dr. Nokuthula Mkhulu from NRF. Are you here? Okay. Students, please be respectful and be respectful of persons and time, as our African ideology of Ubuntu. Practice Ubuntu. Please. Yes, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Hi everyone. I will quickly just share my video and I'll switch it off as I go through the presentation. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about open science. I hope you can all hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just raise your,
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
I'm going to
yeah.
talk about open science and open access. I like to concentrate on this topic quickly because it's about saving our communities when we do research. So, of course, here at the NRF, I'm also attached to this initiative, which does this work. So, of course, I will just start with a bit of background. Open science as the ideology or as a principle was brought in UNESCO in 2021, where the principle of open science basically is to make sure that when we do research, we are inclusive and the research is accessible, it is equitable, but it is the benefit of whole society. So what do we mean when we do this? So I normally use this analogy of the bad, the ugly, and the good when we talk about scholarly publishing or research communication. Because we know as researchers, students, and supervisors and universities, the cost of publishing has gone up. This is because we need to access knowledge or pay for knowledge, while the publishers benefit from this. We also, libraries sometimes cannot afford the things that we require as researchers to do research. Why is this? Because everything is configured around money and profits. So if you look roughly the last 5 years of publishing, if they look at the big publishers in the world, the cost of publishing one article on average is about $2,000. In South African rands, it's about nearly just under 40,000 rand to just publish one article. This is work already paid for by the university or through government or through art. So somebody already paid for this research, but researchers then have to pay after adding their labor to publish this work. So there's in totality, when we add this up in this paper published by the Canadian group, they've shown that over the last 5 years or just around COVID till now, we have spent nearly $10 billion. That is about 200 million rand on just paying for publication, which is really, if we think about those costs, we could use them for something else. This is because at the top, we are going after what we call academic publishing or academic impact. So researchers look for citation, high index or high impact factors, but do this really save human society? So I think as universities and researchers, we need to move towards what we call comprehensive impact, where now the impact of research is more on a broader human society and the environment than just talking to our peers. And of course, this may need new complex design on trying to figure out how do we quantify this. This also needs change the way we reward research students and universities when they perform certain functions of generating knowledge. This could be also looking how do we award career path, promotional policies, incentive policies towards doing that, so that we don't just reward journal publication only, but we reward other things. And of course, in the continent, there are certain barriers that stops us from doing this because we have to publish in English journals, so everything must be in English. In Africa, we do not only speak English, there are many indigenous languages, which leads to low visibility, which leads to underrepresentation of the work of the continent in the global society. So of course, with this initiative where we call the African Open Science Platform, we are trying to make sure that we use open access, open science principles to promote the work that is done by African scientists. We're also trying to create platforms and tools that are intensive in data, cutting edge, and infrastructure to provide support for researchers to do this. And to do this as an NRF, we have worked with partners, including the Department of Science and Technology and Innovation and the International Science Council. So what we've then done, because the continent is big. We have awarded 3 nodes in Africa, 1 in Kenya, which will cover the region for East Africa, 1 in Egypt that will cover the region of North Africa, and 1 in Malawi, which covers the southern and some parts of East Africa. So we are still trying to appoint an institution that will look after West and Central Africa, which we call commonly the Francophone region. So as the initiative today, I am just talking about open science awareness, open access, but we also work in developing policies with different institutions nationally, university, country, regionally, so that we all work in a cohesive ecosystem. We also starting to do some work in data. We just ran a SADC dialogue last year looking at AI and data in health and looking what would be the stance of the continent in AI and related fields. We also, and it will come to the DVC research, we will be sending an invite for each institute in South Africa to appoint an early career librarian to come to what we call a school or training here at the NRF that we run with partners. So we are running one next year in February for the whole continent. We are estimating about 50 participants, which we will train on data and digital libraries and other tools that can assist research. We are also working with other repositories and university repositories to embed certain tools. As you can see, drop-down menu there. This repository, you can deposit your work. It could be published article, unpublished article, presentation, video, newspaper article, whatever you publish, you can load this. So maybe some other time with the DVC office, I can come and do a proper workshop on how to use this repository. But when you look at the drop-down menu, so this repository or this platform has an ability to—
Dr. Nkulu, I'm so sorry, Dr. Nkulu. I'm so
Yes.
sorry to cut you. My apologies.
We're at the end.
So can you please wrap up? I thought you were going to talk about the funding opportunities. I
No,
think there's a miscommunication somewhere.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I allow you to conclude?
No, it's okay. But anyway, thank you for this opportunity. Probably yesterday I talked more about the funding opportunities, but we can make another session on another time to discuss holistically what the NRF can offer. Thank you.
Yes, some other time. Thank you so much, Doc. We appreciate it. Now, colleagues, I'd like to call Mr. Mdletshe to give us a vote of thanks. And then before he comes to the podium, I'd like to thank the International Office at large for giving me this opportunity. And I'd also like to thank my beautiful audience, our students and colleagues. Please, afterwards, students remain. Your lunch is here. It will be brought to you. And then as for colleagues, you'll go to the Versus Lounge, use the first door, not the second door. Thank you so much. Ngiyabonga. And then after Mr. Mdletshe, we're going to have our last performance from Luna City. After Mr. Mdletshe, Luna City.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Mine is very short. I know, Guti, I'm already a distraction because I'm preventing a program. But I'll try to move very fast. But before I do that, I come from the international office. We are coordinating and supporting all these scholarship programs. Susan, Maureen, we are here to make sure that when the students apply, we are there to support. So please come to our office to take the contact details, and I encourage you to apply, because once you've applied, once you are prepared to apply, Susan, Maureen, and other colleagues will make sure that they talk to us and we set up a webinar so that you can be supported fully. And maybe we'll have 2 or 3 students that comes from University of Zululand. Thank you for that. I would first like to thank Prof. Mdose and her executive for the continuous support, Prof. Mashia for guidance and holding everything together as the director of the international office, Gratitude goes to Prof. Shokane for finding time from her busy schedule to come and support us in terms of the opening. Not forgetting the Deputy President of SRC, Mr. Secretary Sikome. The program was not gonna be possible, successful and exciting as it is if it was not for Miss Nomaswazi Dlamini. Miss Nolwazi Mabaleka, thank you very much for driving this important program. And the person behind everything, thank you, Ms. Mtimbo, for assembling an amazing team that we had today. SASUF representative, online, Miss Anastasia Landman, SAPIA representative, Ms. Koket Omlife, to our esteemed panelists, Mr. Mwaludi Waskake, Mr. Sam Baker online, Ukabazela, Mr. Lawrence Mkize online, and Mr. Tolo Sbaya. Thank you very much for gracing our event. To our colleagues from the education agencies, Ms. Susan Knowles, Fulbright, Ms. Maureen Carbonell, Campus France, Ms. Tobeka Dlamini, Consular General of India, Ms. Nicole Umwezira from the Sanod office, and Dr. Noktula Mtun from the National Research Foundation. Thank you again to Consumer Science, Travel and Tourism Department, Sisonke Badi program that is led by Kwezi Shamase, and all the volunteers that were supporting us in this event. But this event, to be quite honest, was not going to be successful if it was not you who attended the program. Thank you very much. We are grateful. Thank you. Can I have Mr. Sekake? Can you just come quickly over the team? Baba, ilokhu isincane esinakho sithi as University of Zululand International Office, Consumer Science, Travel and Tourism, we say thank you for coming and gracing our occasion.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please remember to be the change that you want to see in the world. Our performer colleagues, you can feel free to ascend to the lounge, the Versus Lounge. And then students, I will allow also Sebi to bring the food to you. Please remain seated. Bon appetit.
Sasiphila impilo. Impilo ingakasiphili thina. Sasilawula impilo. Impilo ingakasilawuli thina. Besihleke empilweni. Impilo ingakahleki. Lana impilo isishayile ukuthina bulahlekile. Iyo leya namuhla efika nesivivinyo sosuku esiwumbulalazo kushabalala amathemba basidele. Badedela igazi bengasalwi negazi selimene sebelibele Impilo iy'phathela iy'panela, iyayilungisela, iy'susela, iyisikela kwelinonile, ndlela thize ngezilula isifundo, inqobo umqondo, yanasiphilisa ivini. Lona-ke wanamuhla, umlilo nje, ubuhanguhangu, hhayi lo kaShaka. Sengilihambile izwe ngilibonile, umhlaba nguzulile, iy'ndaba ngiyizwile ngapha nangapha. Kepha ngithi isisindo sey'nhliziyo ey'gigitheka sakudunguza oswini zizigidi negidi. Uvala isanalo kwazona. Isehla senyuka nje uma sidozwa abantwana wona lo asebeyoyigcina ngendaba ngoba laba banamuhla sebeyoyigcina ngomzekelo. Eyi, ziningi iy'gaba ezeqiwe lena namuhla. Hleze nale ngishoyo uzodlula kuyo ngoba lona wanamuhla. Umlilo nje, ubuhanguhangu, hhayi lo kaShaka. Ngithe ngihaya yake ngivuka nami ngensizwa. Izakhiwo sayo ithemba uqobo. Amehlo ayo ayizwi elithobekile lentobeko. Amazwi ayo awumhlabathi onothile ovundile. Udaba ulibekile, indlebe izwile, kepha ingqondo nenhliziyo bayathikadikana bagaya iy'bozi bagana unwabo iyangidida-ke. Bathi angivula amehlo ngibukele insizwa ngelijulile lokhozi. Sasho ukusala phansi isimilo. Sathi ithemba yilo leli phambi kobuso bami. Njengobani onqaba leli zulu nomhlaba. Ngithe ngisathi ngiyathoba. Yeyi, cishe angibulali inkondlo. Yathi sifanjiwe lo mjolo wanamuhla. Umqondo uyeke ukucabanga, amehlo esale evalekile, isiqu sokusimame sibethekile. Phela yiwo la mazwi aphinyiswayo asazulu nomhlaba ekwakhiwe ngawo iy'nhliziyo ey'phethe ngobekubane ngoba lento kuba yinkanuko nje yomzuzwana esheshayo ngoba lona wanamuhla wamlilo nje ubuhanguhangu, hhayi lo kaShaka. Iyona le ntokazi engithe ngibuka yangithatha yangibeka kwisithombe mqondo sey'khathi ezedlule. Ngoba kwakusendulo isasina ngey'dede, ekudede inkundla, ekudedelane, ekudela abathamele ubuhle bazo. Kwakuyilo lihlezize zigezaze emfuleni sazibanjwa ngeqakala, amaqakala eseyisicelace emqaleni ekuqaleni. Babeqala beqalaza beyiqoqo beqhetshe ukuqhakaza kwayo neqolo layo baye kuyo ngeqholo. Becelana emaceleni beyizungeza beyicela emaceleni sithintitha amacele wonke. Sazi baqhaqha amaqhafa mntanami. Isiwuchithileke umuthi inkonyane. Ubaba zimxelipa yezalukwazi yathi mayisekhona iyafihlwa mntanami. Akuyona le kuthatha uzakuthi kushiya umqondo umbonazi umnikazi. Sathi ngalezi y'khathi mntanami wawungeke umkhumule ngamehlo wesimame. Sengisho ngoba akusabekwa sekuyavunyelwana. Vele mayima ngaphandle kokumbelwa izodibika sithandwa sami. Sekudonsana ngey'ngcingi imqhafazi ingenile akanyana kowesimame. Useyohambaze ezingalweni phakathi kwamagubesi. Ingathi segolike lana kanyama kayipheli kuphela amazinyo endoda. Ngiyazi lenziwa zinyamazane zanamuhla. Kwayona isasetshenzelwa isiyisikhaya esebeni usiyoyithika ngayo ney'thako zayo ezeza ushumbe phansi umzimba sewukahlamezekile. Mntanami ayidliwe ingcuba. Asala kanjalo-ke amazinyo endoda. Ngithe ngisalalele sathi wona lo wanamuhla. Umlilo nje, ubuhanguhangu, hhayi lo kaShaka. Ilolu thando lweni lanamuhla, luthi nyawo zami ngibelethe, selibhekwa abaphambili. Kala nasi thina.
You have to like life, you know what? But mom, I'm not doing great. Yeah, mom, having a Red Bull. It says vitalizes body and mind. And it brings awareness.
Denzel, where are you going?
Kwele one people. Ngokuchazela manje.
fingering on this again and again could be due to vitamin B deficiency. Neurobion helps treat vitamin B deficiency at its root to relieve these symptoms so you can put life back in your hands. Neurobion.
Wondering why all moms are obsessing about these new breathable Pampers Premium Care Pants? Let's find out.
We've always loved pants nappies. They let you buy me for freely, nappy changing is easy. And then I saw my favorite model influencer, Go Gaga, about his new Pampers Premium Care Pants. Something about the breathability, airflow, about the diaper allowing fresh air to flow to baby's skin. I even tested it by pouring hot water into the diaper and I saw steam coming out of it. I was sold. They are so soft and they let you buy it.
No city happiness. Finally integrated electron blockage. Works fast to provide relief. Lasts long for up to 12 hours. Try the equilibrating alloy today.
We don't need anything get under house here. Always feeling like number ones with the new number one skin hygiene pad. It's amazing germ lock tech, keeps wetness and germs locked deep inside. Nothing gets under house skin, period. Wait.
Lutho.